Well, Buffalo Lake's motion says gaming revenue account. So I'm just wondering why that would be taken out of, because if that funeral assistance is really important, especially when we're having so many people, you know, with the COVID. Later, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dion. Going over to Susie Iagata, floor is yours.
Okay, the only question I had was, Myrna, can you repeat what they cut back on? Was it funeral?
It was funeral, general welfare, and what else, Christine? Yeah, sponsorships.
Sponsorships. Okay, that was the only question I had.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but it was 73,000 that we had to cut out of that budget.
Thank you, Susie.
Motion to approve April 6th, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Councilman Haska,
Okay.
second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Tokunawa.
Curtis Busnett,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of the council and execs. We're going to be moving on to our minutes for April 7th.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve April 7th minutes.
Dion made a motion to approve the April 7th minutes. Second by Tokunawa. Question over Curtis.
I just had a question on motion number 40. Where are we at with that? Or do I just wait for his report?
He's coming in for a report.
I can ask then, Mr. Chairman. Question.
Dion Crawford. Yes. Curtis Busnett,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs. Moving on to our April 9th minutes.
Motion to approve April 9th, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Conkeza and Haska to approve the April 9th minutes. Second by Iagapa. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Councilor Execs. We're going to be moving on to April 13th minutes.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Conkeza and Haska. Second by Buffalo Lake. Question over here by Dion. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So has this all been resolved? Has she been paid? I know there was a discrepancy with the payments. So has she been paid and has this all been resolved? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, it's been resolved. She's been paid.
Question? Question, Dion, but after that question, can you, Madam Vice Chair, there's a discrepancy?
Is there a discrepancy? If there is, I'm not aware. When I met with her personally, gave her a check, she looked at it, signed the agreement, and never made me aware of any concerns at that time.
Dion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The discrepancy was when, with the payment, that there was she didn't get paid for a while, and then there was a check that was written, and that had to be destroyed, and then she was going to be paid the full amount.
Yeah, that was all resolved.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And Dion, we call for vote.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Executives. At this time, we're going to be moving on to our last council meeting on April 28th. Go ahead, Dallas.
On motion 74, I know I was asking about like the RFP. Is that available to look at?
Apparently, there wasn't an RFP for REDW. And I just learned of that meeting with procurement.
Will that be put on hold then until we get that going?
I'd like to do this as a sole source and utilize their services because we need to get moving on this if we want to meet our October 1 deadline. We didn't RFP Marco or none of our IT equipment. That just got used as a sole source. So because of the exigent circumstance, we followed, there's provision in the FEMA guidelines. We sat down with legal, with procurement, and went over that.
I have additional reservations on this, but I'll hold off on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn the floor over to Dion, and after Dion, you got the floor. I'm going to turn it over to Curtis. He had his hand raised. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, my understanding with the project, with the server, is that there is not, in this building, there isn't, and I'm gonna be very careful of discussing this because I know that we do have a policy with IT that we have to be very careful about confidentiality, but there is an issue with the server in the building, being the projected completion date for that building is September, and it's September. So, if the building's not going to be and if the IT component of it isn't going to be done by September, or if it's not going to be done until September, then how are we going to meet the deadline of October 1st? Because there has to be training, implementation, that takes a while. So that's not going to be ready until September. That's the update I was given. I could be wrong, or that's what I've heard. It's going to be September. So I share this reservation. I voted no the first time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to give the floor over to Madam Vice Chair for rebuttal, and then after that, I'm going to give it over to Kisa Haska.
So that is what we took into consideration when we were speaking on this and preparing the agreement, speaking with legal, speaking with CFO, speaking with REDW. We knew the projected completion date, September. So this time moving forward is all training. They're going to be bringing in their stuff and training our people up and getting training, the heavy training on this side. So that way in September, when that transfer happens, our staff is trained, and then we'll do that test run like I explained before, go live with our actual setup, and then we'll be ready to launch in October 1. So this time is going to be spent on getting it ready and training.
I was just going to make a comment on the sole source. I think we should stick to our process and RFP this out. That's my stance on it. I just wanted to put it on the record that we should stick to our processes and make sure we're following the RFP process. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to probably kind of say the same thing because great minds think alike. But I think that, we were told that there was an RFP. I'm really glad that Tokanua is so diligent about making sure that we follow the process. And so we were told there was an RFP and there wasn't. We were told that there was, that all the IT issues were taken care of and they weren't. So I don't know. I think, and I think Kaksiza Haska is right, that if there was no RFP, we need to follow that process. So I don't know if you want me to do that now or wait until all the minutes I can do it then. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah.
So the RFP process wasn't followed on the IT equipment either. So if you're saying that we need to do that here, then surveillance should have, or IT should have RFP'd for all that IT equipment. So we're picking and choosing how this applies, and we've applied all of the CARES projects to sole source because of the exigent circumstance. We utilized the FEMA guidelines for that. That's been evidenced through these projects. But when it gets to mine, that has to apply. And so when we look at the record and we sit down with procurement, when they were originally brought on, there was no RFP. That was long before me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Vice. Jesse?
Morning, Council.
Jesse, can you turn your mic on? Because we've got a listening audience on.
Good morning. Hopefully, I thought Bruce was going to get up and walk up here with me, but he kind of stayed back there and stay out of the gunfire. Just to kind of clarify how HKG handled the process with the IT, was RFP with Terrell, because the leadership wanted our tribal members to get some work. So we didn't open it up to anybody. So we did bid it out.
We're not talking about the construction side of it. That
Okay, I thought you were questioning about RFP and the construction side.
the equipment and the
Okay.
software and all that stuff.
Misunderstood that.
You guys can still stay up there for, Jesse, you can stay up there because you guys can do the update in my report for this, the two buildings. He's a Haskell, you had your hand raised.
So I just want to explain that when we did get the IT equipment, you got to remember we only had a few months to spend this money by, and that was the reason why we sole sourced it. But then when they came down in December with an extension, then the RFP process should have been followed then, because we had another year to make sure we were getting everything we needed done. But when we did that, we were on a timeline, and we didn't, the guidelines didn't say that that all this money had to be spent by December 2020. And so that's why we did the sole source. And so to me, now that we had an extension for another year, I mean, we should have followed our process then. We should continue to follow that now because we got time. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Secretary?
I just want to say, there's several requests that come in for sole source, and it all depends on the justification. So if it's justified and that this is a unique situation and possibly this entity has been providing services to the tribe, such as the playground equipment. You know, we sole source that to that entity because they provided all the other playground equipment. And so for them to come and fix it, it made sense that they would be the entity to come in and fix it. So I think at any time that we're going to sole source, we need to look at the justification first before we deny it. Because the procurement process here is cumbersome. It's not timely like we would want it, and it needs work, you know, right, Madam Vice Chair? And that's something that she was going to work on, is to get that process streamlined, because in the past, the managers were able to get their own quotes. But today, we have to go through procurement, and it just takes more time. And so I guess just my main point is that we need to review the justification before we full-on deny a sole source request, because they come through here all the time. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Vice Chair, then, yeah.
Each step of the way I explained, and we talked about it, we had roundtable discussion, I explained my reason why for the upgrade in software. And even more so now that we are bringing in this influx of federal dollars. It's going, and you guys want reports in 2 weeks, something that is difficult to do at this system and can't happen. Now, if we upgrade to this accounting system, you guys will have real-time reports like you need and you should have. So I'm trying to do my part to meet the demands that you are asking of me. This is going to help us. This has been in the works for years now, getting this here to this point, and there's an opportunity to do that. This company knows us, they understand what we need. It makes sense to go with them. I am on a time restraint. If I want to implement a new software, we don't want to do it in the middle of a fiscal year. We want to do that at the onset of a fiscal year. So I'm trying to plan this responsibly and that's going to be the most efficient for our structure, our government structure. All of this has been taken into consideration, and I've shared this with you in discussions. And I'm just hoping and asking for your support in this. It's going to be a huge benefit to our finance team. It's going to give you what you as council have been asking for and need. It's going to assist our managers in making better financial decisions because they'll have access to all of this information. So I'm requesting that a sole source be honored. And a part of this is they'll also be, once they do the upgrade, they're going to do the training, and that was in there too, and that's to upgrade our procurement policies, get all our policies up to speed with this, or in line with the new revisions that are going to be made using this software. So there's a lot that is coming and that's going to take for this project. And that's why we can't put it off, else we're not going to make that deadline. So I'm trying to move responsibly and most efficiently. Thank you, Council.
Yeah, and then Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess for me, when I realized that there was no RFP, and we were told that there was, that's where all the red flags go. And so we need accurate information. We need accurate information. That's the first thing. The second thing is, and I'll ask this of our relative here, is when is the building, if you know, when is the IT building set to be completed? The construction part of it, where they can move in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I know one thing that we haven't determined yet is the Johnson Control issue of their contract being signed. So until that is signed, we will not know the calendar of how long it's going to take to get the HVAC equipment. And that's going to be the 12 weeks out. So whenever we get that contract signed, it'll be 12 weeks from that, because everything else will be done before that. Because there was a 90-day contract period for everybody else to finish. We've had 2 delays, one with electrical bidding, which we're going to take care of by next Wednesday, I believe. And the next one is Johnson Controls.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if it was signed today, and we go out 12 weeks, that would take us to August 4th. And then how long would it be after that date to have everything completed?
That should be it. That should be it. Because we were shooting for July 1st, but we're still being pushed. And I believe the contract's done, right, Chairman?
Yeah.
I think Kimberly finally stamped it, so that's why we're here today. Hopefully we're gonna get that.
And I guess I don't know how long IT would need to be, and how long that process would take. I would assume, setting up and all that would be at least a month. I would assume.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dallas, then. Secretary.
So, going back to when I first just asked about the RFP, in all reality, that was just a non-threatening question. Because I just was curious if I could look at the RFP. And so I feel like the fences are coming up already. But I mean, it was just a simple question because the fact of reality is it's a passed motion. And I just was curious about the RFP. Now moving forward, I'm still in support of this. I was just wanting, and I think most of us who voted on it obviously are in support of it. We just wanted to make sure that the RFP was done. And if it is going to be sole source, well, if we look at the sole source and everything time-wise, are they really the only ones capable of providing these services? And that's just my question when it comes to sole sourcing. And So just moving forward, if we are going to go with sole source, I request that that letter be presented because I'm going to look at it. Thank you.
So,
You wanna rebut?
yeah, could I please?
That's
So,
fine.
to answer your question, when we met with procurement and comptroller and financial crew, apparently there was another software demo, but this was the one they selected. So it's been, like I said, this has been in the works for quite a few years. And so there was a previous software that was demoed. There was two, and I remember sitting on council, coming in, they had us at Dakota Magic, and we demoed this one, and this is the one that they wanted. This is, and so this has been, this has been in motion long before I got here. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get this planned out, so like I shared with the chairman in one of our executive meetings, and I've talked with you guys several times. So by the time these projects are done, we're meeting in the middle, and we can move forward in a good way. IT is complementing finance's needs. Will we be a hit and miss on a week or two? I'm not sure, but all I know is it's my responsibility to do my best to move this forward in hopes that these two projects, when they're done, will have a complete system and will be ready for 2022 when we're going to be having to manage this huge amount of federal funds, which we're dealing with federal dollars. So we need to pay attention to our financial structure and be responsible there, and that's what I'm trying to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Deanne?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if this has been years, why would we want old software? Why would that be effective? Number two, I've worked under several federal grants and managed SEP, so I understand those issues, but I just think if we're going to be responsible, then we should just follow our own processes. And if it would have went to RFP when we initially asked and were told that it had and it hadn't, we probably could be looking at bids today, but that's not where we're at. So, I mean, I guess, taking that responsibility, take the responsibility, and we're going to have to decide how to move forward. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Secretary?
I just want to add to what I said, because Lake Traverse and myself were the ones that opposed this motion in the first place. And the reason I opposed it was we don't have any guidelines for the American Rescue Plan yet. We did not receive the money yet, and we're using the finance budget to pay for this. And what if it comes out that we can't use that money? And then what? We're going to be out $214,551 out of our finance budget. But I guess with that said, I just want to say I think we kind of put the cart before the horse here, but my whole point about sole source was we need to look at the justifications. Not that I agree with this motion. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair?
So, on the question of whether it's going to be allowable, when you guys are doing your first planning of ARP funding, I was asked to participate in the Department of Treasury's discussions on what was we're requesting to be allowable. One of the things that was discussed there, acknowledged there, is that we need to invest into our financial structures, and they recognize that. We need to be able to, as tribes, handle these high-level amounts of money that we normally don't have. They recognize that and said that those will be considered an allowable because they recognize that we do have to prepare to handle this money administratively. When I've spoken with Mr. Van Norman and Mr. Gunn and our discussions together, everybody's in agreement that administrative and financial support of these fundings would qualify. That this type of stuff would be allowable to help us better manage this money that's coming in. So through what I'm hearing directly from Department of Treasury and the discussions I've participated in, there doesn't seem to be a doubt that they're gonna not allow us to use money to put into our financial structures. With the CARES funding, before the CARES funding the rules were released, there were a lot of discussion of what would be allowable and not, and there were certain things that we knew would be allowable. And we moved before those regulations came out. We started distributing food and all that type of activity happened before regulation came out, with the understanding that and the discussions that were being had, that those were the types of services that we would be authorized to provide. So this isn't anything out of the norm from what we've done previously with the CARES funding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Vice. Kakiza Hasa?
Motion to approve April 28th minutes?
So moved by Kakiza Haska, second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Kokomo.
Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, members of the council and execs. Going on to the executive resolution 2102, authorization to spend the Indian Highway Safety Program, FYI 2022 competitive grant. So moved by Madam Secretary. Second, Buffalo Lake.
Question?
Question, Kakiza Haska.
Tribal Secretary? Yes. Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, members of council and execs. I got a handout from my managers. I got only one action item today, and there's other action items to be brought in through my managers. They're going to be giving their reports today and tomorrow. If you got a copy of the tran, Mr. Quinn asked me to present this in my report for approval for a payment of $290,567.25. And then in the back of that, you have council approval. And there's some money that's supposed to be set aside for this payment on the CARES Act funding. Louis has his hand raised, so I'm going to give the floor over to Louis.
Vice Chairwoman, do we have the funding to pay this?
This is the original plan.
Of the 1.3 mil?
This is an additional to the awarded.
This is the original.
Yep.
That 1.373, I would say yes.
Do you have those numbers so we can see if we do? We just pay this without,
Our, floor still.
because on the paperwork, yes, no, go to Sue. The paper you gave us, the report on the money, was asked at my district. It only showed the balance. It showed expenditures. So with this, what I'm saying is you have, 1,082,562.75 cents. The rest is coming from
Well, according to the report that I got yesterday, there's 114,777 left in that account, so there's not going to be enough to cover that expenditure.
so we don't have enough to pay.
Excuse me?
So we don't have enough to pay it then?
We'll have only, according to this report, 114,877.25. We won't have enough to cover that whole expenditure. That's going to take a budget mod to do that. Budget mod of these funds. Which we may be able to. The issue, one of the things that I need assistance with, the 319 account takes Greg's assistance on that, and he's not here to help. So, that account is waiting for Greg's retirement. So if there's some money there available, I'm not able to see that this time. It's a big budget mod.
Well, just gonna have, I'll just ask to table this one until we figure this out on the rest of the month. Yeah? Thank you. Jesse and Bruce, I thank you for coming. Dean can't make it, but he's going to give a kind of update on the two projects that we have going on with our community, the IT, and also to the COVID bill.
Okay, I will be there. Today, on the IT project, the demolition is complete. The insulation of the roof is complete. As of Monday, the roofing will start, replacing of the roof by Bruce Anderson Construction. And then next week, we'll address bringing an electrician on. And then when that is decided, then things will speed up a lot. All materials in the building. And so as far as the IT, that is, once we get an electrician, then we'll have a work schedule put together, a timeline for you guys. And hopefully that 90-day process will be complete. And Kimberly just informed me that the contract for Johnson Control is ready. So hopefully we can get that signed by the chairman and take that back to Aberdeen. As far as the phase 2 of the isolation building, all the flooring is done except for the entry. and that'll be done last. They're waiting for the aluminum doors to go in on the east side. Once that's done, then that carpet we put in that area to clean your shoes as you come in. So all the floors completely, floor tile is complete. All the painting and the texturing is complete. The ceiling tile will be complete in the hallway, I believe today. All the doors going to the apartments will be complete by Friday. So starting next week, the only thing left would be the FF&E items of putting in furniture and fixtures and those type of things. So the deadline for the end of the month is very, very reasonable. So that works sitting really good then for the end of the month for handing it over back to the track.
Any questions so far coming from the leadership?
Thank you.
Curtis?
So, we just recently got word that there was a slope in the daycare facility on the outside. Can you kind of elaborate on that? There's kind of a slope, so I think when it rains and stuff, that water is going to be running towards the building. I think it's on the west side of it.
Yeah, the playground equipment, when that is installed, when it comes in, all the landscaping will be done, and the parking lot will be restructured or redone so it's level, and will be ready for asphalt, hoping that we have money for asphalt, because I think that's important. But CCC will come back and finish that. But we just want to make, because of moving equipment and stuff, we just want to make them come back one time with their equipment to do the playground equipment and also the parking lot, redo the parking lot. So, but that'll all be taken care of. I guarantee that.
Did you get that?
Make sure that's on record. Guarantee that. Dean? Or not Dean. Go ahead, Bruce.
Thank you. I did want to point out, it's next Wednesday for the IT building is going to be an important day because the final bids for Phase 2 are going to be opened and the budget will be completed. Phase 1 is actually under budget, substantially under budget, with the $976,000 that's been allotted for that project. It's the Phase 1 bids are under $700,000 right now, so Phase 1 is under budget. Phase 2, based on the engineer's estimates, is going to be over budget. Not over budget, but over the amount that's been allocated because it's basically finishing the whole building. And so I think we'll have that final figure Wednesday as far as what those costs are going to be to finish the complete building. And then that's going to have to come back to council to review that and then determine what you want to do with the balance of the building. So I just want to point out that we know going into doing the complete building, it's going to be more than the original money that was set aside. But Phase 1 is substantially under that $976,000 figure, but the whole building will be over that. So that'll have to be addressed at that time.
Anything else coming from the leadership? Any questions, concerns, or comments? Bruce didn't come all this way just for a couple of questions, so.
Sticking around for lunch.
I will. If Jesse buys, I will.
Dean didn't send a credit card, so we're in a bind here.
I appreciate Madam Vice Chair stepping in for that meeting because I was on travel last week. Also, too, I want to remind council I was on travel along with Louis and Dr. Johnston. Curtis was at the event that Senate Bill in North Dakota that passed Senate Bill 2304. Historic moment. A lot of there's about 3 or 4 vice chairmen as well as council that got up and showed our appreciation and support of the They're going to be including Native American tribal history in our classrooms in North Dakota. All classrooms in the state. So I know we got a similar bill here at Shokoli, but we need to continue to work hard. And I appreciate the movers and shakers like Dr. Johnson and other people that are continue to fight bills like this. And so that's where I was on Monday and Tuesday. And Louis and Dr. Johnson, we were at the breakout sessions. And so I appreciate Louis. Yeah, I know you probably didn't have a choice because Dr. Johnson was Next to you. So I appreciate Louis for being there representing also too Curtis. I know when Curtis was walking up to I know Louis was texting about every five minutes where we at, because I knew when he got in there, I would probably felt uncomfortable too, because there's a lot of people dressed up for the occasion. We got closer, and Curtis was trying to leave me because he didn't know how to act with that. He barely used the shark. I'm kidding, but I appreciate you guys putting that support. Great moment. And also, we went over to our United Tribes board meeting. Louis, can you remind me that it's our turn to provide the buffalo, because right now United Tribes is going to be having a call. So, is that our year? Okay, to provide the feast. We'll find out, and I would like to have leadership attend that, since we're going to be feeding the United Tribes. So mark that on your calendar that's upcoming, so make sure you have some time off. Louis? Yeah. No, that's for us. You guys have to do that. Yes. This year's United Tribes, they're working on the hall agenda, they're working on the poster and everything, so that'll be on. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if we're going to do that, I'm going to have to make a motion that Dallas and Curtis do the buffalo kill for the feed.
No.
If I got to cook it, I think they should have to hunt it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
They'll be wounding the animal. But just a heads up on that. Tomorrow and Friday there's going to be the Equa coming up in Dakota Sioux. So I'd like to have some leadership go up to that. I know there's going to be Friday. We're going to have a walkthrough with the leadership from the Humpati relatives in Crow Creek. The chairman and a few of the council that want to do a walkthrough with our program that we have, because when their COVID funds comes through, they want to have some ideas what they want to do to their homeland. So Sunny set that up, so that's going to be Friday. I think in the morning they want to do a meet and greet with council, just in case you have any questions on those facilities. So Jesse, if you're available, this is in case they have any questions on the timelines and all that stuff. Because I know I wasn't here when the beginning stages of that happening, when those buildings are coming up. So I'm relying on the past council to answer those questions for the week. So that's going to be this Friday. The 18th and 19th, we're supposed to have the first United Tribes meeting. But that's being pushed back because their schedules got mixed up, so we kind of pushed it back. Because that's going to be our first time we're going to host, because usually they're in here, the tribal relations meeting. So it's still gonna happen here. They want to be the first one. I think it's gonna be next month, but we'll let you know. But that got canceled, it's gonna be pushed back. So we're gonna have a busy month. So I think, I'm not looking at my calendar, but there's something else happening at the end of the month too. So busy, productive month. Next month, we gotta prepare for, general council. And also to make sure our tax agreement is, finished by then. Our next tax agreement is the 17th, Madam Vice Chair. And that's gonna get the Dakota Magic. So mark your calendar. Oh, the Carroll Conference. Sorry. Things are pretty cool. Yeah, we can talk to you before the Everybody get that from Madam Secretary, we can round table that issue. That's stay at home order. Oh, that's, sorry, I'm getting ahead. That's married. I got my handouts going on to your district, but maybe this afternoon I got, because I just barely got back, I'll provide my cover letter to that report. And I think that's it. Jesse?
Just a little follow-up, on that round table that we had. There was talk of a task force. Has that been moved for the upcoming expenditures for the new money coming in? If we can be informed of that. Jim Harris is asking us about a task force. So if you guys can let us know if we need any information from us, that we would be glad to help, of course. And if so, if there's nothing for us, I do want to, on a personal note, I do want to say Wopega on behalf of my two Dekshees that passed away this week. In remembrance all that they did for Loyate. So, and honoring their wishes. One didn't want the tribe to close, and the other, you guys honored them by closing the tribe. So I'm sure, as far as I'm concerned, I'm really thankful for council for doing that. And I know there's a lot of money in the money that's coming for cultural and language. So I hope that we remember that when it comes to helping our language, because I was informed we're down to only 60 fluent speakers. And talking to Uncle Ryan, he believes there's more, but a lot of our fluent speakers don't like to be out in public. And I think we need to pull all our resources in to help the college and the TZ and my Toshka, Jeremy, Rescheduled program to try to outreach to our fluent speakers to save our language. So with that, Nina won't be talking a lot out in Douglas.
Thanks, Jesse. Bruce?
Motion to approve chairman's report.
Moved by Kakiza Haska, second by Buffalo Lake. Question? I'll be right there. Yeah, I'll bring it up there.
Question.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Tribal Vice Chairwoman, yes. Tribal Secretary, Chairman motion.
I'm going to turn it, at this time, I'm going to turn the floor over to Madam Vice Chair for her report. So, I don't hear consent having them out, another hand up for that. Whenever you get a chance, Madam Vice Chair, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have quite a few reports that I'm going to go over real briefly with you. For the budget office, budget compliance analysis position was advertised and filled. Tuesday, May 11th was the first day. This person selected has a bachelor's degree in accounting and has over 10 years of management experience working with me. I don't have anything new for the cafe. Community post office, hours of operation, lobby hours are 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Window hours are 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Finance office, on April 6th, council requested financial reports other than the gaming proceeds check register report with a 2-week deadline of April 19th, 2021. If deadline was not met, removal process would begin. My update, I worked with my finance staff and compiled various financial reports. These reports were compiled and completed on April 19th. I did request they be received by way of motion. That was not granted. Reports will be submitted during this month's May report. So I'd like to briefly go over those reports that I would have went through with council on the 19th. That's going to be attachment number 6. And attachment number 6 is this black booklet that I handed out.
Mr. Chairman, in reading underneath where it says, on April 6th, council requested financial reports other than the gaming proceed checkbook register report with a 2-week deadline of April 19th, 2021. If deadline was not met, removal process would begin. I'm a member of tribal council. I think we were all in this meeting, which was, it was meant to be a talking circle to help us mend and heal the relationships that have been difficult.
That was on the 7th.
No, I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Okay, so the meeting on the 6th, who said that to you? Who said this?
You told me that. You wanted these reports.
And I said,
and if it didn't,
okay,
if you didn't get it, this process was going to happen. You didn't want to do this to me, but I'm giving you guys no other choice. So, and then on the 7th, you reiterated that and told me that hopefully I've taken this very seriously, and I did, and I have. And so I'd like to give the reports like I originally intended. I'm not here to put anything, to argue with anything. I'm trying to understand what you want from me and establish a process. And I'd like to go through that.
Mr. Chairman, I still had the floor, and again, I was interrupted, as I normally am. I am going to ask for some time to review this, and I'm also going to go back on the 6th, and I'm going to find where I said that. Because do you remember me saying that? Giving this ultimatum? I don't ever remember saying that. And I don't appreciate, but I'll find it. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking for a 15-minute break so we just were handed these documents. These are huge. These are big folders. And I just want to give, credit to Greta for bringing these in for us. But we need time to review these. And I'm going to go look at this. So I'm asking for a break right now so that I can review this stuff. Because if I'm expected to approve a report, I need to read it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yaka, then Madam Vice Chair, you had a hand raised right after you.
I would like to request that you sit down with all of us again because I've been gone and I'm kind of upset because I wasn't included in what's going on, but yet that stuff was put in the paper
I did try to go over this with you. That's why I said I'd like to go over it briefly. So my cover page is gonna describe the reports that I put together. Am I able to proceed with my report?
Council, do you want a 15-minute break to read the report over? Really, Julie, Dallas, 15-minute break. We're gonna come back at 25 after 4 years. Yeah?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Madam Vice Chair, you just got done saying that I said to you that I gave you a deadline of April 19th, and if the deadline was not met, removal process will begin. I never said that. I'm going to ask my fellow council people if they ever heard me say that, because you're referencing. You came in the suite and referenced a round table that was supposed to be a talking circle, like I said, to help heal. There was a motion that came out of a district. That motion was read to you. Nobody threatened you. And actually, the deadline that was given by the district wanting financial reports, they just want to know how much money we have. And they have that right. We have that right to know that information. So I'm going to, what you're saying in this statement that you made in this report, as well as what you just stated publicly, is a lie, because I never said that to you. And I watched the live. I never said that on the live. I never said that in the roundtable. And for you to go to take to the papers like you have, call for our removal, to remove all of us, and for what? In that meeting, I said, because there's a standing motion that all the executives get 2 political appointees. I would be willing to rescind that motion to get you a personal assistant to help you. Did I not say that in that meeting, that I would make that we would get you an assistant to help you so that you to get this done? Did I say, I'm asking my fellow council people, did I not say that in that meeting? Okay, so everybody's saying that I said that. We are trying to help you, Madam Vice Chair. Even in the face of the inaccurate statements and the dishonesty and the statements that you made here today that are untrue, we're still trying to help you, because it's not about you, it's about that office. We need that office to run like a well-oiled machine. We also need to know how much money we have, because there are motions that we're making and we're approving expenditures and we don't even know if we have money. We're taking money from the funeral account for expenditures for our elderly people, and our elderly, we should be making those expenditures. But it's very apparent to me that we don't know how much money we have. I feel like I'm a broken record because I keep saying it, and it's fiscally irresponsible to be spending money that we don't even know the guidance on yet with the ARPA funding. And we're already doing that. And we don't know. So in the CARES Act, you gave us a document in February that had anticipated expenditures on it, and it showed a balance of $16,000. So now we're getting a report. In this report, it says 4.1 million is what we have left of the CARES Act funding. I mean, even, adding some of these up, they're not adding up. And I'm not saying that anybody is stealing. I'm not saying that anybody is mismanaging funds. I'm saying that this stuff isn't adding up. And when I ask, how much money do we have? I'm asking so that when we make motions for expenditures, that we know that there's money in those accounts. I don't appreciate the dishonesty. I don't appreciate you taking things that we're discussing and something that's supposed to try to heal us, and then coming back and twisting our words and using them. I don't appreciate that. You know, Madam Secretary wrote a very eloquent letter in the Shota this week, and I really want to thank her, because I know that role as a TUI, that's that role to come in and say, hey, this is not right. And I just want to tell you and commend you for not only for your accurate, truthful words, but for defending all of us. Because what I don't want to do, we have many people that would like to see us fail in the federal government, in the state government. And that should be our focus. So if I'm asking how much money we have, I just want to know how much money we have. I'm not saying it to be mean to you. I just need to know, and you've never told us. And even in this, you're not telling us. You know, I'm apprehensive to do a roundtable with you because the last times we've done that, you've taken our words and twisted them up, and I don't appreciate it. I can't. So, and looking through this, it doesn't really give us answers, because it's on the CARES Act, which I appreciate, and tells us we have 4.1 million left. But like I said, there's a discrepancy between that and between what we got in February and what we're getting now. And so I'm at a loss, because I don't know what to do to get the information that we need. So I'm going to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that the comptroller and the senior accountant run FRX reports for all of our accounts, and that they present them to us tomorrow morning. I don't want to do that because they're employees, and I feel we need to respect our employees. I feel that they haven't been respected. I feel that the people that work, in looking at this budget and seeing their pay rates, those people work very hard. And many of them have years and years of tenure. They've been blamed for things that aren't their fault, and I disagree with that. And so that's my motion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Motion on the floor, but before that, I'm going to have Madam's Vice rebuttal. Then I think we got an elder back here, Mr. But before I get to you, though, I'm going to have him rebuttal, though.
So after a council meeting on the 6th, I went back to my chambers, and then I was called into your suite where you guys were all waiting for me, and that's where these discussions happened. And when I left there with that understanding that I did have 2 weeks, and with that understanding, because those words were spoken, I took it very seriously. And then within a day or two later, we were in our healing circle, and I was reminded once again that hopefully you took us seriously on this 2 weeks. And I said, yes, I'm working on it. And I reiterated to you that I understood the time frame, and I understood that you were wanting financials and that I was working on them. I took that serious. And I'm going to that. Now, I'm not here saying anything about my staff or accusing anybody of not doing their job, so that I don't want twisted into this issue. That's not that. As far as the FRX reports, and those get handed out to the program managers every month, they answer to their executives respectively. That's not anything that council should be worried about. If they're coming for expenditures, it's in their budget. If it's outside of that, then they know to meet with their executive so we can start finding that kind of funding. So council is overstepping when you start doing those type of administrative duties. When you start telling us as executives what we can and cannot do with our staff, you're overstepping. And there's no need for you to have a complete FRX of all our program manager reports. because that's what we hire the managers to do, is to manage those reports and their funding and their budgets. What I'm trying to do is get understanding, when you say financials, I'm trying to understand exactly what that meant and what that means. Because when I look to the records in the vice chair's office, previous records, and for the past 2 years sitting on council, the only financial report we ever got was a check roster. That was the only thing. So I'm trying to understand what it is exactly. So January, I gave you a 107 manager's report for all of the CARES funding. We went over that. That told you the expenditure. That, of course, naturally is going to change because there's continuous expense. February, I gave you that summary report, which it introduced our first budget mod that we needed to make, which got tabled. March, I introduced that same budget mod, which finally got approved in March, which showed all the CARES expense. April, this is what I'm about to go through right now, and then May. So I am trying to hear you. I'm trying to understand what it is you're asking of me. Like I said in the beginning, my financial reports are going to evolve as I learn this position and I come to understand what it is council's asking. You've changed it, and you have the right to do so. Just give me that opportunity to sit down and have a discussion without, to me, I felt threatened that I only had a certain amount of time and it was still unclear exactly what you were asking for. So I presented and put together various different types of financial reports, which I'm going to go through. And in my May report, I'm identifying what's going to be standard in my report, and if there's anything else you want or something that you don't want, then you can let me know. But I am at no time here am I putting down any staff. That's not coming from me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I proceed with my report?
Okay. When you proceed with your report, though, I'm going to give the time to our elder back there, Mr. Renville. You had your hand raised back there. We do have a listening audience. Can you turn your mic on green? We have a listening audience, so...
Good morning, or is it good afternoon? Say, if there's all this squabble about money, I think all the people in this territory needs answers to that. And I think the best thing for you guys to do, instead of squabbling around about monies and stuff like that, have a forensic audit. I noticed that somebody else is running their store and they got a different card. So the tribe is supporting this store as well. And I understand it's being leased, but you're supporting it. And the way we end up getting them cards for that crossing store was the council here said, well, that the elderly was supposed to get food subsidy. So instead of getting Walmart cards or cards or where we want to go, it was directed towards food. Am I not correct? Well, anyway, that's correct. Okay, the money that goes to the districts, that's economic development money. So no money should go to the district unless you have a viable economic development plan. And you guys talk about money, let's find out how much money all these districts get. And to see what kind of business they got going other than that fly-by-night stuff that's up in Buffalo Lake. I mean, if you're going to do this to the elderly and stuff like that, that should be done to everybody. Not just, and then you're appeasing these people at the store there. I mean, you're saying it's leased out to them. Louis says, well, we're going to get it in lieu of taxes. But you're still giving these people money in lieu of these elderly cards. Correct? So you're giving this money to these people. That's not very sound business tactics or any kind of thing. And all of that has to do with your guys' inability to do and take care of finances. And it's evident right here that there's no control over here. In Jackson, in the past, in the meetings, she wanted people from the outside to come and tell her what to do. And you guys bring all these white contractors in there to do the work that our people are capable of doing and we've done in the past and still capable of doing. Yet you want these white contractors to come in and collect all this money. And you shut the circle down and you open up our communities for these white contractors to come in here from out of town and out of state. Then when they leave, you put a curfew on her. So how are you protecting our people's lives when you're allowing these people to come in from out of town and out of state, especially in light of this pandemic that we're going through? Are you looking out for the benefit of people? It doesn't seem that way. Oh, of course, we get what? Food pantry and a homeless shelter. That's what you got going for our peoples. Forensic audit, I think it should be, see what should happen. Find out where all this money's going to instead of this squabbling and everybody's pointing fingers and stuff like that. Jackson, you don't belong in here, and you're not for our people. You know, you showed that in this past meeting, conspiring against the council people and trying to get rid of everybody. That was evident. And you're sitting here talking about, well, you know, you don't know what you're doing. Well, then you don't belong in these positions. You know, Merlin wrote about, well, these guys should be honorable and remove themselves from this position if there's corruption. This place is corrupt. It shows in the Constitution where there's weighted votes. That in itself is corruption. 3 districts here control this council here for the past, generation? You know, what, Evelyn, Enemy Swim, and the last one was you, Jackson, with Big Cooley, conspiring. You know, we don't need this here. We don't need this. You guys are not leaders. A bunch of little kids, you know, acting like you know what you're doing. So let's have a forensic audit and find out where all this money's at, and including the districts. I'm from Buffalo Lake District up there, and there's a lot of stealing going on up there. You know, there's a lot of stealing going on in all the districts. So let's find out where it's all going to. And instead of, you know, slapping their hands and putting them back to work here, prosecute them. Go after restitution, go after their money back instead of letting them put the money in their pockets and slap their hands. Try to get rid of it up there in Buffalo Lake. I even came down to council and wanted help. That didn't happen. My life was even threatened up there because I was trying to go after all these criminals. So let's have a forensic audit and get rid of all this stuff. So all the people will know. You want to be hiding your financial stuff over there. You guys don't know what's going on here. That's what my request. Dollar to the tribe here, of all the districts. That's economic development money. Of course, the stealing of the money started in Big Cooley, I think it was, giving personal loans and stuff. Everybody started giving personal loans. That didn't benefit the districts, benefit families, individuals. Nobody's doing anything for everybody but other than themselves. So as a tribal member, Dakota, I'm requesting that you do a forensic audit. So everybody knows. Nobody sit there and squabbling and making excuses for their incompetence.
I don't want to interrupt, but got a comment, Madam Secretary, for rebuttal for your comment.
I don't think we need to go backwards here, Terry, but there is a political process to follow. And if you want a forensic audit, take it to your district. And those motions need to follow the process and come through your districts.
Well, that's the problem there. Going backwards. We're regressing. We talk about going backwards. We're regressing. 40 years ago is far further ahead than what you are today. What are you talking about? You're talking about backwards? Even standing still on the archaeological standpoint, you're still regressing. So what do you mean by going backwards? Are you making people accountable? Is that part of the process? Why would I have to go to my district? All the representatives are right here.
There's a political process that's established.
That's the problem, the political process, this Constitution. The Constitution itself is corrupt if you read it. All it shows is you guys' motions and resolutions for your authority. Very little about Dakota people. Actually, I don't think of Dakota people are mentioned other than tribal members.
I guess I just have to say, when somebody comes before council, they usually request to be on the agenda, and we have a tight agenda today. And it would be, if you want to be on the agenda, I can put you on the agenda and give you a time frame.
How about tomorrow then? You guys will council tomorrow? Yeah. I'll bring my papers down. Yeah.
Yes, we can put you on for tomorrow.
Talk to all the repeat offenders. Thank you.
Appreciate your time, Mr. Renzo. Madam Secretary reminded me before we go on to finish up the Vice Chairwoman's report, there's a motion on the floor coming from Dion.
I had a question. Can you repeat your motion, Dion? didn't quite get that.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. My motion is to have the senior accountant and the comptroller prepare FRX reports for all of the accounts and to present them tomorrow morning so that we know how much funding we have, how much money we have. And I added that, you know, I understand they're employees and I really hate to put them in that position, but I also know that we need to know, you know, we shouldn't be taking money out of funeral and that, you know, those things if we have money in other accounts because it said gaming, you know, and I think I addressed that before. So that's why I'm bringing this, so we know that when we're making motions to pay stuff, that we have money in those accounts and that we're not, you know, taking from, because those wake orders are really important for the families because most times, you know, families haven't prepared for that. So that really broke my heart that, you know, that we had to take, you know, money out of those accounts. And that's why we need to know so that when we are making these motions, we can identify a funding source and to make sure we're not taking away from those services for the members. So that was my motion. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Okay, so basically you're asking for the gaming status, the gaming funding amounts that are left, the gaming amount.
The gaming budgets, I mean, the CARES Act, it's not adding up, but we know that, now we know that there's 4.1. Sorry, now we know that there's 4.1 million in there. So the FRX would be for gaming and for indirect cost as well as the escrow accounts. Everything that's guaranteed to us and it is owed to us according to the Constitution. And it's not us 7 people sitting around this table. It's for the benefit of our membership. That's who I'm asking on behalf of. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. I just see that the gaming accounts are the primary ones that council should be concerned about because the for-profits and those different, but as far as the program FRXs, I think unless there's an issue with them, then, you know, I don't support it, I guess.
I'm going to recognize the motion on the floor. Give it. Motion died, lack of second. Go ahead, Curtis, and our Madam Vice Chair. Go ahead, Curtis.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I don't think we've ever approved our gaming budgets this year, have we? Don't we usually approve them for last year or for October? Did we approve any of those? But we've never approved them after that? Because, okay. All right. Thank you.
The first 3 months was full, then it went all, we're back.
Madam Vice Chair. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So through the various type of reports that I put together, this is going to be referring to attachment number 5. So you're going to find in tab number 1, you're going to find the CARES Act summary report, and what that is, and then you're going to also find the manager's report for the 107. So what I'm doing there is I'm giving 2 different types of presentation reports for the CARES funding. The summary report gives you in a snapshot the accounts, the expenses, the total expenses, and the variance. It's also going to identify oversight authority, resolution, and motions that govern that particular account project. And it's also going to tell you the status, whether that project is in process or if it's complete. So far, out of the 15 projects, we have 3 that are complete. Anything in red are issues that I'm realizing coming in and assessing everything that still have not really been clarified or resolved. The second report, the manager's report, is an overall report that shows individual expenses in this account, and it breaks it out by project. So there's two different types of reports for the CARES funding. And these will become a standard monthly report with my monthly report. If you go to tab number 2, is the district emergency response plan expense report. And this is for that first round of $700,000 that was allocated to the districts. There you're going to find an overall expense that includes all the districts. And then you're going to see on the second report that it breaks the expenses, the award amount, the expenses, and the remaining balance out by district. If you go to tab number 3, is the Office of Inspector General. This report is ran from the Great Plains Accounting Program and is exported by the bookkeeper into the Department of Treasury Office of Inspector General Grant Solution Portal in accordance with the reporting cycle schedule. This report identifies award amount, obligated funds, current quarter expenditures, accumulative expenditures, net obligation, and remaining balance. From this report forward, I wanted to note from this point forward, and that's going to be the same with the summary and the 107 account. The COVID Task Force Coordinator will provide this report according to the OIG reporting cycle. And then once that report gets reported to the Executive Committee, then I'll take those reports, and those reports will become a part of my monthly report to Council. So now we have a clear reporting process, which we really didn't have before. So each month, these reports are ran at the end of the month. Then they'll be introduced to and reported to the Executive Committee by the Task Force Coordinator. And then I'll take that report and put it in my monthly. So now we've got that streamlined reporting process, and everybody is on the same page, and we're all getting the same information timely. If you go to tab number 4, here you're going to find the budget matrix that was approved this year with all of our budgets. And then also, if Greta, you want to hand those out? So.
Is this a console?
Yes.
Oh. This is Gypsy.
Oh, okay. Hey, Gypsy. We're just continuing with Madam Vice Chair's report.
So if you go to tab number 4, you're going to find the budget matrix, and then you're also going to find, I did get a bank report of all of our accounts. This one is confidential. I did speak with my team about it. They're not comfortable with this being left, so I'm going to hand it out, and then we'll collect them back. I'll collect them back up after the end of this. And what this is this is a report of all of our accounts and the remaining balance and what we have at the date of that report. And so that was my attempt. I know that you were asking for what's in the bank, so this was probably the simplest way for me to be able to get you that information and give you that understanding of what we have. So
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Vice Chair. Go again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in that same meeting, one of the things that old agency said is to get us an FRX report and the bank balances. He was very clear about that. So obviously, we did tell you what we wanted because you produced this. So I want you to recognize that we did tell you, we were clear, and it was in Buffalo Lake's motion.
So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, and yes, you're correct. And so that's why I said, I am trying to get what you're asking, but when you said financials and a report on all of our accounts, I sat down with my finance team, and the way our system is set up, we can't just run a report and give you something like that. We have to run, like you're asking, managers' reports, and some of those manager reports are 4 or 5 pages long. And so they were like, are you sure you want to just run all of those reports and give them to council? Those have account records and stuff, so we decided not to do that way, and I did it this way. If that's what you want, I could produce you guys manager reports of every program every month. I mean, I can do that. With this next system, we're going to be able to run those reports collectively, and they won't be so cumbersome and so, unable to read. So this new system coming in is gonna address all the concerns that you guys are raising right now. So I feel comfortable and confident that will work itself out. So I want to explain for those who are listening, the budget matrix. This report is an Excel spreadsheet generated by the budget office. This report lists funding sources for fiscal year and is used to transfer information into the manager report, Great Plains, and super budget accounting programs. This report identifies annual budget amounts for gaming revenue, tax revenue, lease income, S-cheat, WAPA, miscellaneous program income, indirect costs, federal award, and collective totals. This report is prepared annually with the compilation of all SWO program budgets submitted from program directors to budget office and requires council approval for allocated funding. The Dakota Bank Account Summary Report. This report is maintained and generated by the Dakota Bank agent, provided to SWO upon request. This is a confidential report which identifies SWO accounts, current account balances, and cumulative total. Funds that are earmarked for fiscal 21 budget shall not be reallocated. These reports will be handed out for council review and retrieved because they are confidential. If you go to tab number 5, you're going to see district distribution report. This is showing all the district distribution from 2019 to current date. In each of your folder, that's why I had them labeled by district, because that'll have your respective district distribution, which shows how much gaming distribution your district received for the years of 2019, 2020, and current 2021. So the district distribution, this report is an Excel report generated by the comptroller or designee and will identify year-to-date and annual distribution amounts to respective districts. The comptroller can provide this report upon request. So this isn't going to be a standard report, but it's available upon request. So tab number 6. The following holds resolutions regarding coronavirus responses and are as follows. The following are governing resolutions and motions on file with the Vice Chair's office demonstrating SWO's response to the coronavirus. And so there you're going to find 12 resolutions, a couple motions, which just kind of documents our journey through our response as a tribe to coronavirus. So it goes from the very beginning resolution to most current that I have on file. If I'm missing anything, hopefully we'll catch that when we begin to do our compilation of our CARES fundings and stuff. But this is coming from legal and from the Vice Chairs, what I have available to me on file. And I put that in there to just give you a history, and because these records speak for themselves. They kind of show us our journey along the way, and it's good to have. And I think Madam Secretary already noticed that there's some that we may want to revise or revisit. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for that. So that's my attachment number 5, and if I could, I'd like to get a motion to acknowledge and accept the financial reports requested by Tribal Council for the reports I just went over.
Members of council and execs, if there's no questions and concerns, is there a motion? A motion to approve?
Motion.
So moved by Buffalo Lake. Approve the report, financial report. Second by Kokanawa. Question by Madam Secretary.
Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? No. Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, Member Council. Anything else, Vice Chair?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Council. On April 9th, 2021, the Planning Director requested bank statements related to financial records for Section 7 account. So this is going to, if you refer to attachment number 7, you will find that record. He did bring to my attention the fact of the Section 7 accounts. There is a resolution from 2006 that stated the Vice Chair's office has to produce these Section 7 reports to the Planning office because they oversee those accounts. So he requested 32 months worth of record. That did take additional follow-up for me to get that to him because I had limited access in our Dakota Bank portal. So I was able to get that record to him. And if you see through there, I was able to get him records for the accounts for the 32 months. So there's going to be bank statements for 4 different accounts. And then he did request the general ledger. So he got general ledger for bank statements, general ledger for the years of 18, 19, 20, and 21. Manager's report for that account, and motion number 8 and motion, or 108 and motion number 50. So my response to him, I responded to his request with a letter, a notice of submission. Well, thank you. A notice of submission that's just saying, please regard this correspondence as my response to and submission of records requested by you through your letter of request dated April 9th, 2021. The collection of this information did take additional follow-up with Dakota Bank as my portal is limited to January 2020. Also accompanying this correspondence are the following council motions. Motion number 108, made on 2/26/20, requesting a roundtable meeting with pertinent personnel to discuss the issues of the Section 7 budget, which was defeated. Motion number 50 on 11/5/2020 to support RPC and interim planning director to have EDA planner do a compilation of Section 7 funds, which passed. As previous council, I recognize the Section 7 had been a concern of Oyate for several years. The accompanying council motions evidence my effort to resolve this matter on their behalf. I was not aware that the latter motion had not been complied with and requested information was not provided to the EDA planner. If there's any additional information needed from me to assist your department, please email me and I'll be glad to assist. And it goes on to identify the reports that were submitted to the planning director per his request. And I'd like to have a motion to acknowledge my submission of the Section 7 records as requested.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will make that motion. I want to say thank you to Vice Chairman for getting those reports to Matthew. He was satisfied. He was able to review them rather quickly, and he was satisfied with those submissions. So I want to thank you for it, and I think you hand-delivered them, so I that was very, very noble of you to do. So I will make that motion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Moved by Dion. Second by Dallas.
Question.
Question by Curtis.
Dion Crawford. Yes. Curtis Bessinet.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Council. I'm continuing on with my report. Tribal Vice Chair Compliance Plan. The Vice Chair has drafted a compliance plan to administer the American Rescue Plan ARPA funds. At minimum, this plan includes updating accounting software, hiring 2 additional bookkeepers, a non-construction project coordinator, supplies, equipment needed, with budget of projected expenditures. Refer to attachment number 8. I'm providing a budget to close out the remaining of this year and then a full budget for 2022. That's going to show all the expenditures, projected expenditures for finishing this year and the following year. So one of the areas that I recognized as a weakness or area of opportunity that we can fix is project coordinators. So if we have a project coordinator that's going to be overseeing the projects coming out, the construction projects coming out of planning, then excuse me, then we should have a project coordinator for non-construction projects. So that way we don't have one person overwhelmed with trying to oversee all of this. Like I said earlier, I'm breaking out the sub-accounts. Just let me finish reading, then I'll explain. To ensure budgetary compliance, the ARPA funds will run through Workplace. Paper vouchers will not be authorized. There will be 1 checking account with 2 SWO funds, one for construction expenditures, the other for non-construction expenditures. Each respective SWO account will be segregated out by council-approved projects. Job descriptions for all ARPA-related positions have been drafted and will be advertised in accordance with hiring procedure. And this is where I feel the need for 2 different project coordinators is important. So we have one focusing on the construction projects that council is beginning to prioritize and approve, and non-construction projects that council will prioritize and approve. So this is me just trying to get ready. The tough spot that I'm in right now is just finding the funding source for the project coordinator. Right now, I do have enough room in finance to bring in 2 additional bookkeepers just to solely work on these funds, and with the hopes of getting that reimbursed once the ARPA is released to us. This is just my projected budget for you guys to review. If you want to meet with me separately on it to discuss anything that I've provided you further, I'll be glad to do so. Just get with Greta or maybe Christine to schedule a roundtable.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Dion, you had a question? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that I think this needs more discussion, and I think that the planning office really should be involved in those discussions. So planning needs to be at the table, and they haven't done their report yet. So I think we need to maybe roundtable this with planning. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not asking for approval, I'm just making note. I did speak with old agency council rep. He did tell me that planning's doing a plan, I'm doing a plan, that we should meet and get together. I've attempted to do that and schedule 2 days, but there is conflict in our schedule, so that didn't happen. So therefore, I mean, I'm just letting you know that that this is my plan. If, according to what was provided to me on the procurement side of it and how vouchers and all that stuff is going to run, yes, planning does have a policy They're working on it. They came for my input. I provided it. So I recognize and respect what they're doing there, provided my input, and I'm working with him to get that finalized. But there has been attempts for us to get together and do this, but for time restraint, I just want to make sure that I'm talking with you about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I know we have a meeting for a tax meeting the 17th, next Monday. We got 18th and 19th that are now open since those plans have been changed. So maybe we could have a roundtable those that day. If we have to, we'll go into that next. If Dion, if you get with Matt, you can plan it out for a roundtable then. Sooner the better. Okay, just let us know so we can put it on our calendars. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, so for human resources, no update with property management, procurement, or Shote Yayapi. Tribal Court on March 25th, 2021, the Vice Chair's office requested BIA Justice Service assessment, and as of today, we have not gotten an update, so there's nothing to report regarding that at this time. The Tax Office, meeting with the Tax Office, Tribal Council, and Legal to discuss tax agreement has been rescheduled for May 17th, 2021 at 10 a.m. in the Terrell Conference Room. And update is to be determined after that meeting. Dakota Crossing, we do have a closeout report. Dakota Crossing Chair's office initially requested a short-term 6-month refinance. While planning department finalizes their debt consolidation project, the compilation of total debt owed on Dakota Crossing is completed. The update will be provided by my operations officer, Greta Laverne. So if you would like to proceed with that.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Madam Secretary, and Vice Chairman. I was assigned with Chris to take care of the Dakota Crossing. So some of the summary report is just kind of telling you what happened when I first got kind of like detailed over there. We had the comptroller put in her 2 weeks. So we reassigned our SWO comptroller to go over and help pay bills, payroll, and reconcile some of the outstanding bills. And some of the problems that we had were like how the check registers weren't being closed out in the evening. We did hire the supervisor, well, there was a supervisor that we asked to close out all the tills, in which he showed most of the cashiers how to do, so that was taken care of. Several personnel, cashiers and supervisors, knew the code to the main safe that was there that held all the money for like check cashing and all of that, and for the tills. So the interim general manager let me know that. So what we did is he changed the code on that, so only the supervisors were able to get into that, into the cash, or into the safe. Also, the interim general manager also stated that the accounting room had too many keys to the accounting room, so we asked him to change the locks, and then he just had 2 keys, so he kept one. Well, he kept both of them actually, but then we recently turned those over to Bowie. After the store was closed, I did an inventory with one of Bowie's employees. And we discovered that one of the 7-door beer coolers were missing out of the area where the alcohol was sold. And so what I did was, I saw that they were all tagged, so I asked the acquisition and distribution specialist to find out where that cooler went. And so when he investigated, he found that they were never purchased. So if you look on the report, there's a statement from him, and then in the back is where they did purchase all the equipment for Dakota Crossing, but they did not purchase that beer cooler. So it was never purchased. The second one is about the checks that RF Bowie company had given us. There was $100,000 deposited in the main account. And then when we completed the inventory, he also gave us another 117 and 111, which both of them were the 100,000 was deposited in the main account. The second 55,000 was deposited into the main account. We put some in the payroll account, and at the time we had to ACH Fuel Inc. because at that time they owed 41,000 to Fuel Inc. and they needed that paid. So we ended up, and if you look on the back, the next, in the back there, the last, it shows where that it was ACH'd and it was signed through the chairman and the vice chair. So what we did was we paid out the PTO. At that time, we discovered that 3 employees had raises in the month of January, which the interim GM, I think he made a statement saying that he did not authorize that. So we did talk to each of those 3 employees, and they were fine going back to their regular pay or getting paid out the regular pay. So we did pay out 13 personnel for their Dakota Crossing accumulated leave that they had. And then on the, let's see, the page where it says accounts payable list owed, which is this accounts payable, this just shows there's 180,000 left that we owe vendors. The middle part of this spreadsheet is the vendors that are ACH'd. In the back, you'll see in the back of this page, I got Dakota Crossing ACH vendors. I got them all listed from the 3/8/21 to 4/26/21 and how much they had taken out of our account. ACH is where it's bank-to-bank transfer. So some of these companies were that way, otherwise they wouldn't leave inventory at the store. So that came up to $175,297.87. And then on the right, it says where that we still owe Fuel Inc. $143,168, and then the SWO tax revenue department of $433.31. When we talked with Mr. Gunn, Chris and I, he asked us to put this report together this way, where it's the current vendors, the ACH vendors, and then the tax and the fuel that's still owed. So that's why that report looks like that. Let's see. And this report was given to,
Sorry to interrupt, Greta. I just want to say I appreciate you guys going back and paying those vendors. I had a few calls, a concerned tribal member that didn't get paid, and he was happy with you guys, Madam Vice Chair, your department helping them do that. So I appreciate it. I just want to say thank you for going back and doing that. And with that, another question is coming from Dion.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to say the same thing. I just really want to thank you for getting this. This is very, very helpful. So I want to just thank you for that. The only question I had was, have we gotten how much are we paying on the insurance that we have to pay on the outside of the building, and for breaking those contracts with the fuel, the Cenex, and those?
We didn't break the contract. Bowie's honoring the contract, so that hasn't been broken, so there's nothing owed there.
So, but when the lease that we signed, he has the authority to use his own vendor for fuel, so.
And the option to, and he chose not to. He chose to stay with our.
That in writing, that he's going to keep that vendor so that we know that that's not going to be an added expense. And then how much for the insurance for the outside? The insurance and the upkeep, because I think we have to do upkeep, right? Yeah.
Okay,
so what's
and the
that
other
cost?
thing,
Thank
this
you.
is not a full closeout report. This is just an update. Because currently, we still have 180,000 that we have to pay vendors. The reason why that report was done was, Mr. Gunn said that was for the refinancing. So refinancing, that's why that report was done that way. But currently, right now, what I'm looking at is our account is overdrawn. So, and if you look on the back page, it's overdrawn 31,627. That's including both, this includes the 100,000 and the 55,000 that was put into this account. We still have some in our payroll account. If you look on the last page, we still have some money available there, but we're waiting for the taxes to come out of that. Once the taxes come out for the PTO and the last payroll check, then we'll take whatever's left and put back into the main account. I'm not sure how, when I talked with Chris, and he was saying that we could probably get it under the tribal operations, at least for now, just to stop that, because every day, so many days, they're charging $25 overdraft fees. So I was looking at maybe we could just, I know with the refinancing, we could probably include that in there and then reimburse wherever we took that money from.
Is there funding in the reserve? I thought I saw there was funding in the reserve account.
Chris said it was tribal operations is where we could get it from. Yeah.
Okay.
I know it was recommended to use Section 7 for this, but I don't agree with that. So we have to go back and identify another funding source, and we'll have to take a look at the gaming reserve.
So can you,
And it,
how about the insurance and the upkeep? Are we putting money in reserve for the upkeep of the, are we putting money in reserve for the upkeep of the outside of the building?
We haven't.
that's going to come
But we
as
can.
probably debt owed, and this is going to require additional round table discussion. This is a closeout report for what we're doing and was responsible for. Now, we still need to recognize that we do have this debt, and we need to find and discuss how we are going to retire this debt, which is going to take all of us to decide that.
Dallas and Susie.
So then, just for clarification purposes then, that $288,886.90 that Bowie gave to us, that is not going to be going towards paying our loan up until we get rent, if we have additional debts?
As far as what we did is we put it into the account, both of them, both checks. I kind of explained it's the 100,000 we deposited in the main account, 117, and then after we did the inventory, he gave us another 11,000. So I took 55 of that and put it into the main. 20,000 I put into the payroll account, and then the 41 needed to be paid to Fuel Inc. right away because their account was overdrawn, and it was because of the Dakota connection or Dakota crossing. So we ended up, like I said, they did the ACH, the chairman and the vice did the ACH to them for the 41. And that was just what they owed currently. We still owe, if you look on that Dakota Crossing accounts payable, there's still $143,168.06 that they still owe Dakota or Fuel Inc.
So in short, this, not all of it is going to pay for the loan.
No,
As far as I know, it was just put into the account. Yeah.
Because that was one of the selling points, was that, hey, yeah, this almost, you're going to get like 200 and, well, initially the low balling was 220, so I'm happy the number's higher. That's exciting. But to my understanding, when we were first discussing this, that money was supposed to be the buffer, so help us make sure we're paying our monthly loan to the bank on the court crossing. And so, yeah, that's why I was curious, was it used as a buffer? And if not, well, what's the new plan?
Well, if you look in there, putting anything in that account because of the ACHs, if you look at them, there's, why that, once we went to stop them, it was too late because they already pulled out. When they knew that we were leasing to somebody else, if you look at that, there's one for $106,000 that was taken out.
I understand, Greta. This question wasn't exactly for you.
Oh.
But I appreciate the enthusiasm. It was mostly just an at-large question for council.
Okay.
But again, thank you for the enthusiasm.
Thank you, Dallas. Susie? Then I'm going to go to Madam Vice Chair.
Okay, a few months back, it's obvious that without that buoy check that was given to us, aren't we able to claim a loss and get that CARES Act funding for our store losing money?
So that's a great question because I did speak with Mr. Gunn this morning, actually, just to make sure that I was accurate in the next part of this report by saying the vice chair is working with her finance team to finalize a plan to retire the debt owed, to include potential short-term refinance or the small business relief assistance from ARPA. So there is a possibility yet that can come in and offset some of that. So like I said, it's still going to take us as council, get with our legal team, and deciding how we want to do this debt. We've got planning working on something. I'm not sure how long that's going to take. That's why I was asking for that short-term loan, so that way we can get this debt resolved and we're not continuously generating overdraft or anything like that. We are getting close to where we have to close out this account, so if that's what you'd like for us to do, then I would like a council motion saying just to close it out, and then then that'll stop the overdraft fees, and then we can work on that debt owed.
Okay, I would like to make that motion to do that.
Motion on the floor by Susie. Can you state your motion, Susie? Please, thank you.
I would like to make a motion that we research according to these statements that our store was operating at a loss and that we apply for that CARES Act funding to cover that loss.
Motion on the floor.
Um,
Is there a second?
We need that motion. Yeah, I don't know if we need that motion.
Right.
Well, we don't need that. That's discussion. So that will still take discussion on our part on how we want to approach that debt. Then we can have a better defined motion. I guess right now, my question is, does council want to keep this account open?
Curdy?
Mr. Chairman, I suggest we sit down and do a roundtable on this first and discuss our plan of action before we move forward on this, because there's a lot of questions that I have about this too that we need to probably sit down and just roundtable and hash this out. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, you could just disregard that motion until we sit down and discuss this again.
If we could do that, like either this afternoon and maybe prepare for tomorrow, because our account is coming to that threshold amount where it is now a federal violation.
Yeah, sooner the better, I think, if we can get this hashed.
Either we pay it or we close the account. Thank you, council, for your guidance there.
Go.
Will.
Bill, can you move up to the mic, please? We can't hear you. I know you speak lightly, but my age, I just turned 46 today, so my ears are aged.
My concern is, as a community member, we weren't aware of the exact transactions concerning the grocery store. My concern is, what financial responsibility do we have in that lease, and what responsibilities do they have in the lease? And the food products and the other products that are in the store, who's responsible continuing those products? We see a lot of changes in the store. I'll tell you right now, I feel it's good changes. It looks good and everything like that, but we were told in the community that it was going to be a management lease. Bushi was just going to manage the store. It appears that it's more than management, and I just like to know, let the community know what exactly. We don't see the lease or anything like that. We have opportunity to request a copy of the lease so we can look at it. Do we got to go through our district and have our representative do that?
Are you still in RPC? Are you still in RPC? Because I think they had a copy, didn't they, Dion? A copy of that lease.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I think that would clarify it and we have a better understanding of what's going on, but I was and others were confused, especially our elderly on the cards. I'll just bring up a problem is that card, they took all my funds off. When I went to pay for my groceries, I had zero. So I went through the process. I took 3 or 4 days. I didn't get my food, but it got taken care of. But those are just some glitches in the beginning, that kind of thing. So, but I think just being open to the community would be very beneficial to us, and so we don't have to try to guess what's going on, and also the bickering going on and things being written in the paper makes me uneasy. We trust you as our leaders. If you have issues, keep them inside an executive session or something like that, hash them out. But I understand everybody has a right to public speaking and that kind of thing. I understand it. But it doesn't look good when you have one individual on the council and another individual conflicting. And that's not good for us as a community. But I trust all of you. I appreciate you. And we put you there to take care of us and take care of our needs and that kind of thing. So appreciate that very much. Thank you for your time.
Before you leave, Bill, Madam Secretary wanted to respond regarding your card.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Bowie was having problems. Initially, he's just working out the bugs, but there's letters in the Shota, one that he wrote, one that my office wrote. But he's going to reissue new cards every month because up to almost 200 elders threw their cards away after they spent them. And I had to consciously remind myself not to throw mine away because I was used to throwing them away too. And so we're going to work it like that for now, is he's going to just reissue new ones every month, and that the elders will pick up at the grocery store producing their ID.
I think in the last Sota, I think there was some explanation of that. I'm pretty sure it was in the last copy, but I appreciate that. So.
Thank you. So that's the updates will be in the Shota anytime and on Tom Wilson's Facebook page.
Okay. Thank you. Padayama.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for clarifying that. Madam Vice Chair, do you have anything else?
Yes, just if I can get a motion to approve Dakota Crossing closeout report as presented by Greta Laverne, Vice Chair's Operations Officer.
Your motion?
Yep, that's just what we're doing, what we were tasked to do. Now it's up to council. We're passing the baton.
So moved by Tokanawa. Second by Oladency. Question by Yagapta.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Floyd Kirk Jr., Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Yeah, I'm almost done, I promise. Okay, so, Fuel Link, quick, Sean McCabe is working with Fuel Link and they're, doing their thing, and hopefully I'll get a report from Mr. McCabe shortly. So our update is still yet to be determined. Gaming advisory, I don't have an update. Special projects for CARES COVID relief. Quarantine facility is scheduled to open May 10th. Reporting process for the CARES Act fund account has been established and approved by the executive committee. I explained that process earlier. Roundtable discussions, I have nothing to update there. Financial reports, these are some of the reports that I'll present this way unless you'd like it another way. And it'll be a standard of part of my report. If there's anything you'd like out of there or added, I can certainly do so. Standard monthly financial reports that will accompany my report is going to be the gaming proceeds check register report. That will always be my number one attachment. 2 will be the summary CARES report. Attachment 3 will be the CARES fund account, 107 account or report. And my number 4 attachment will be my Section 7 monthly notice of submission. And that way, we don't lose sight of making sure that we get these Section 7 records to our planning director. So that'll be a standard part of my monthly report, just to make sure we're not missing that piece there for him. And with that, I do have a motion needed that's outside of my report, and it's pertaining to authorized payment of Kelly Insurance Agency for General Liability Insurance in the amount of $17,931 with the general fund as a funding source as presented by the Vice Chairwoman Lisa Jackson. And this is for past due vehicle insurance.
Any questions, comments on that? The motion needed. So move.
Yes, the billing period is 10/1/2020, sorry. Billing period is 10/1/2020, 10/1/21.
So moved by Oladency, second by any Swim. No question, I'm going to call for vote.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
Okay, motion, that's okay, I can read it. Mr. Chairman, thank you. To authorize payment of Kelly Insurance Agency for general liability insurance in the amount of $17,931 with general fund as a funding source as presented by Tribal Vice Chairwoman Lisa Jackson.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Council, and execs. Oh, question by Lake Traverse, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm looking at page 3 of your executive summary. This, Madam Vice Chair, if you could give us this, it doesn't have to be individual line items, just the account. So like, this would be perfect. If you could have them do something like this for us, so then we know what's budgeted, what we have, what was spent, and what's remaining. Really, what we want to know is what's budgeted and what's remaining. And that would be perfect. So, if we could get that by the end of the day tomorrow, I think that would be, then we know, then we're more comfortable, spending money. So I'm gonna try this again.
So can you give it, I mean, that's going to take a lot of work to do that, because I'm going to have to pull those FRX reports, I'm going to have to manually enter all of that. This takes time. That's what I'm saying. In this system, you can't just run that report that way. Otherwise, I would have had that done. I met with my comptroller. So if you could give me a couple days to get that for you. I don't know if you need a motion, because I'll get it for you if just you clarify what it is exactly you want, and how you want it presented. But you want for every single account like that?
I don't know. What do you think, Dal? I'm trying to help without having all the information and without having ever had access to that system. I'm trying to figure out how to get the information we need and communicate that to you so that you understand it. So that and I feel like I'm really searching here. So how this is written is good. I really appreciate this part of it. It doesn't even have to be, so like this was for each of the executive offices, DCA, and I mean, that's perfect. How about this? I will,
all of it.
Because it doesn't have to be every line item. It just needs to be, we just need to know how much we have. That's all.
So, I mean, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I don't have access to the system either, so I understand your frustration of knowing what it can do and trying to communicate to my people exactly what to produce. So I do know that we're not able to just run a report and give you what you're asking for right there. That takes manual input, and that takes pulling all these different accounts one by one and manually inputting that. So if you would like, give me until the next month to prepare and maybe get with my comptroller and my team to see how we can try to get all of that inputted and a template and try to get that done, and I can make that a part of my next month's report. But giving me a day for something like that is not. My staff have things to do, and I can't get in there and do it because I have no access. That's interrupting their daily activities to do something that they've never been asked to do before. This is all new. So give us, I mean, as long as I know what you want, give me time to figure that out. And if you can give me till my next report, I'll get with my team and see how we can produce it in this way that you like.
So let me, if I can answer that. So if you take on the MRs,
yes,
you just take the bottom line for all of them. It's one line.
Yes, but
that's all you got to do is take one line.
And I get it. And it's you have to sit down and manually input all of that. And we have hundreds of accounts. So it's going to take I'm just asking for some time to get that set up that way. And I'll get it to you if that's how you like it and that's how you want it. It's my job to do that, but give me some time to get with my team to figure this out.
Curtis? Oh, sorry. Louis, then Curtis.
Go to page number, I don't know what page it is. This book. Oh, it's in the COVID summary report. Go to the last page. See this page? Previous Vice Chair Gerald Russo and previous Vice Chair Sarah Lincoln. This is their report they give to council every month. Expenses, revenue. At the end of their report, like you have, that was the end of it. After your check register, This is what they put in there. On every account, that's what they reported to us. That's how you should do it. Then I think everybody will be comfortable. I share that with you.
Thank you. And like I said, I will do that if that's how you want, but it's going to take input to do that. Because according to my team right now, that they can't run that report in this fashion. But I will do that. I just can't have it done in a day.
So, I guess I'm going to go back to my question then. So, if you're saying you got to manually put stuff in there, so do you guys have your program budgets in there then? Entered?
So for this report, the way it presents today,
Mm-hmm.
I had to manually enter that. I couldn't just go run a report for that and for it to present the way that Lake Travers is wanting. We can run, I suppose we could present all the manager reports, FRX reports.
No, that's just the overall question. Do you guys have to, my question is, do you manually put in the program's budgets every year? Is that how the budget office works? I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Thank you.
Mask. Forget.
I know, right?
So I've been thinking about this, and I do feel we need to go back to the procurement policy and follow that. So I would like to make a motion to rescind motion number 74, so as to stay in the lines of procurement, with the intention of a new motion of putting out an RFP and to notify Red W of the RFP.
Motion moved by Tokunuma, second by Lake Travers. What motion? 74? Is there a question?
There wasn't exactly an RFP done to appropriate the software, and so I'm still for the software. I just want the RFP to be done.
No, I got it.
Question. Question by Lady C.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yeah.
Curtis Bissonette, Lloyd Kirk Jr.,
No.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
No.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Council execs. Anything else, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes. Just motion to approve my report. Just make the motion. That was your intent, right? Yeah. What's your intent?
So then I'd also like to make the motion to an RFP for our new software and data for our financial office to be done through procurement and to notify Red W of the upcoming RFP. Same as the Madam Vice Chair had, with the finance budget as the funding source, and these funds will be reimbursed with the American Rescue Plan when available.
Any questions, comment coming from leadership on the motion? If there is no questions or comments, I'm going to ask for a second. Second by Lake Charvers. Is there a question?
Question.
Question by Kiza Haska.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Floyd Kirk Jr.,
No.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Anything else, Madam Vice Chair?
Just motion.
Oh, okay. Madam Vice Chair doesn't have anything else for the leadership. Is there a motion to approve the Madam Vice Chair report? Moved by Tokunawak, second by Buffalo Lake.
Question.
Question by Kakiza Haska.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and execs. At this time, before we go into Madam Secretary's report, we're going to take a lunch break. We'll be back at 1:30, and we'll be back with child protection. Waiting for one more body to go.
Who? Ain't got no meeting? No.
She's cool. She's smart. She's good that way. Just gotta wear your mask the right way. So we can all hate up.
We're up here talking. They're not going to be able to understand.
I'm vaccinated, damn it.
Everyone knows small. So am I.
Not to try it. And then, you know, the one that works in our office.
Mm-hmm.
Cornell, that's her mom over there.
Mm-hmm.
But then the one, the Edda, is that her name?
Mm-hmm.
But then again, when you put a dance in his legs, and people can see it. See the back, also see the front. Yeah, because that mark will look at you. Figured Devlin's was gonna be here because she was walking in as we were getting ready to come out. Walking away. Right, Jess. Careful, this is on.
We just need one more person.
Curtis was out. No, Dallas is here.
Dallas is here. Yep, him and then Curtis.
Yeah, that'd be good if you guys all together. Well, there's two of them at the door.
All right, members of the council, we got quorum. I know Madam Secretary is going to give her report, but we're going to change it up. We're going to push the Veterans Program up right now, the youth, then we'll go into Tribal Secretary's report. So right now, I'm going to turn the floor over to Jerry. She passed out a handout to the council. So, Jerry?
Good afternoon, Council. Thanks for letting us come on early. We won't be long. First of all, we want to tell you happy day of birth, Mr. Chairman. We saw that on Facebook, so we're not going to sing though, so just kidding. I'm going to give the microphone to Gabe regarding our contract. Everything's already executed.
Good afternoon, Council and execs. Yes, I just wanted to run this contract that was written up by our legal department and signed by the president of Meyer Construction and also our chairman to begin our next expansion up at the cemetery. I just asked for a motion just for approval and get it going. They said they can start next week on that. It'll be 30 work days until it's completed.
Already did that motion for you.
Oh, you did?
It's been approved.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, then we're done, but now we have UVA here, and Gabe and I are going to step back so they can have a talk.
Good afternoon, execs, council members, tribal membership. We were just, we don't got a set date on when we're gonna do the powwow, but we did submit a budget, and the budget's been the same for the past couple years. It was for the 100,000. We were just looking for approval for the Veterans Powwow so we can get everything started. I know you guys probably got a copy in front of you. You guys, if you have any questions over the budget, I mean, it's been the same for a couple years now, so we're just requesting approval to have the powwow and to approve the budget.
Just give a heads up to council if I'm not mistaken, the budget would be coming out of the 2022 budget. Madam Vice Chair? Just give me a heads up. Any questions or comments? Curtis?
We do have money for the upcoming powwow this year for November?
We should. It's budgeted every year.
Yeah. Oh, this one? Okay.
While Curtis is checking, I'm going to turn the floor over to Dion. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it's in our super budget, is it in the super budget? It's in this. Oh. Yep, it's budget. Mr. Chairman, seeing that it's in our super budget and it's the funding source is program support, which is gaming, I make a motion to approve the United Veterans request for funding for their powwow.
For this year's powwow.
For November 2021.
Just double check to make sure their amounts match.
It does.
Okay. Second. Motion moved by Dion, coming from Lake Traverse, second by Old Agency. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary? Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Council and Execs.
I'd like to say thank you for your support on our upcoming powwow, and we do have May 20th just to let you guys know that there's a governor's round dance. And I'm not sure if Jesse informed anybody, but I'll hand the mic over to him.
Desert Era veterans have been invited to attend that as a guest honor guard on May 20th. I just wanted to let leadership know in regards to that.
Okay.
And I believe that's it. So thank you very much, and you guys have a blessed day.
Appreciate you, vets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where's that bugger one's going?
Oh.
Do the elbow. No, my carrot. Everyone's brat. There. You're coming, aren't you? I probably that's probably fine. Just keep that.
Hey, Mr. Colley?
All right, Council, SWO Youth Department has 5 action items.
Before you get started, I'm going to turn the floor over to Curtis.
Mr. Chairman, do we got to approve that? Veteran Service Office? Is that what that was?
Yes, yeah.
Motion.
So moved by Kakiza Haska, second by Bade Hak. Bade. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry.
Travers.
My bad.
Question. Question by Olivier.
Is this just the report?
Yep, proving
Say, no, he's just doodling over
veteran
there.
service report.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos? Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary? The Chairman motion.
Thank you, Council Execs. Now we're going to be moving our youth department up forward.
All right, everybody, we got 5, We got 5 action items we're bringing to the table. The first one you see is the TZ Kalawa Committee. It's for gift cards. These gift cards will be used throughout the year for us guys at our events. So it ranges from like Amazon cards to Subway cards to Walmart cards to iTunes cards. Kind of a lot of stuff we thought the kids would like. So majority of this stuff will be through our events for the year. So the packets, if you didn't see, I think Junior right up here. I put them all on the top part, guys. Okay.
So just to make sure you guys are piled up. So I just want to make sure I don't want to add to it. Any questions or comments coming from the leadership?
And remember, when we do go through the TZ Kalawa, the portion of the money does go to the school. So.
I'll move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Olakensi. Second by Panawa. Question by Iyagapta.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Council Execs.
Next action item we have is the Dell. There's 4 papers to it, Dell Technologies. We're looking at getting 10 systems. Right now we're revamping one of our top levels at the youth center there, the 2nd floor. We're turning it into a gaming center. What this gaming center will do is allow kids, to compete. From a COVID standpoint, kids are into e-gaming. It's the next experience that's coming for everybody. If you guys don't know, we used to kick kids outside because they were inside all the time. Now we want to keep kids inside, and it's probably the best thing to do for them. When they communicate with their friends, this is how they talk. This is new age stuff. So new gaming center where we'll allow 10 kids to come in at a time, and they'll be able to compete not only against themselves or their friends, but they'll compete against the world in a sense. So we're hoping this is the next phase for us guys to take traveling teams to go off and compete. I mean, this is next level stuff. So the purchase, we did go through procurement. Procurement sent it over, IT, so they only got one bid on it. So this is the only bid that we got. So we brought it over looking for a council motion.
So moved by Tokinawa. Second by Dion.
Question?
Question by all agency.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Floyd Craig Jr.,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Next one we have is All Native Solutions. It's a quotation. It's 15.5. That's the only one. It's only one paper to it. This is for two gun 8000s. They are basketball machines that don't allow you to have a person to pass you the ball. I mean, they kick the ball back. Don't know why a lot of surrounding schools have these. I mean, it makes it convenient, especially with the COVID policy. So, I mean, with the guidelines and everything, I mean, this just makes it simple for kids that come in if they were going to just utilize the gym. So.
Any questions, comments from leadership? So moved by Tokinawa. Second by Buffalo Lake.
Question.
Question by Kakiza Hasa.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Fourth one we have coming up is push, pedal, and pull. This is fitness equipment that we're bringing in. We're revamping our fitness area that we had last year. A year and a half ago, we took off the bleachers on the south side of the building there, and us guys knocked the wall down and built a small fitness area. We're expanding off of that now, so this purchase right here will help us expand out even a little bit more. We figured, we understand like working out and all the rest of the stuff with the kids. Sometimes it's a complex issue, so this actually will help us. I mean, we can bring kids in and work them out throughout 7 days a week if we could, if they had a chance to be at a fitness center area. So that's what this purchase is for.
Any questions or comments from leadership? If not, the motion to approve. So moved by Tokinawa. Second by Lake Travers.
Question?
Question by all agency.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Last one we have is from Rain or Shine Golf. It's only one page. It's the very last one. It's for a golf simulator. So you're thinking about COVID and you're thinking about sports, okay? Golf is probably the one of the only sports that a kid can do that doesn't have anything to do with anybody else. They could be on the course by them. All the rest, I mean, we can still have golf teams come in, our local golf teams from TZ. I mean, we can still have kids learning to play golf. Imagine they don't have access to going to golf courses. Imagine they can come to the facility, our facility, and they could learn themselves, by themselves, with the golf instructor, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, like I said, this is new age stuff too. I mean, we're just kind of picking it up a level at the youth department. So all the purchases are honestly going to help us, create a new environment for the kids. Because we've seen what COVID did to us, so now we're in a way we're fighting back. So this is all of these purchases are big purchases, but it's something that we've been longing to do, and I think it's going to be very beneficial for everybody. So
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Agency.
Second.
Second by Curtis. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
thank you, council. That's everything.
Motion approved the youth department report. So moved by Kakiza Haska. Second by Tokinawa. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Curtis Bissonette. Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, council and execs, and I'm starting to get to know and read your guys' tell, so and you guys gonna make a motion. Junior Kirk's over here. He's gonna ready to whistle. It goes like that, and you make that motion. With that, I'm gonna turn it over to Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Chairman. My report is in front of you. And just the highlights, we have 2,218 elders listed. But as you know, we lost a few elders, so next month, the numbers, they fluctuate every month due to people turning 55 and losing elders, so. We transferred for the elders 65 and over, 83 elders within the 65-mile radius to Bowie Foods. And for the elders 55 to 64, we transferred 86 elders within the 65-mile radius to Bowie Foods. That's FYI. And as you can see, there's still a lot of activity through my office. And one of the highlights I wanted to mention was I attended several conference calls and virtual meetings with agencies such as the Census Bureau, Department of Interior, Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association, Department of Health and Human Services, and Casey Family Foundation. The highlight of this month was attending the 3-day 39th Annual Protecting Our Children National Indian Child Welfare Association Conference. It was a virtual conference, but they still had a color guard, and we had breakout sessions. It was very good. And one of the key messages from the conference that I thought was important was that data is indigenous. So in order for us to get accurate and informational and important data is to ask the right questions, because it tells a story of our families and our community. And that the data helps communicate the program's growth, progress, and accountability to tribal leadership and the community. And that was important to me because it's the reason why I request data-driven program reporting every month under the Tribal Secretary's office. And this report is found online to the SHOTA website link. And I think Tom puts it on his too. Yeah, Tom puts it on his website. And there's the Brackeen versus Holland form in there. It tells you that ICWA is constitutional, and it just answers some questions that you may have. But I really don't have any action items. I just wanted to let you know that the elderly population is growing. There's a steady increase. So with the increase comes a higher cost for the coupons. So, which is why we basically run short of funding every year. And then we have to find the money. So I guess just to prepare the vice, we'll be probably looking for money again this year before the year ends. Elderly for the coupons.
Elderly coupon.
Yeah, it was,
Got it.
yeah. I don't know if,
Any questions, comments? Any questions or comments coming from leadership on the Madam Secretary's report? If there are no questions or comments, is there a motion to approve? So moved by Lake Traverse, Second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Ole Agency.
Abstain.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
At this time, we'll be calling up child protection.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for your time today. I have a quick PowerPoint presentation. I'll be quick. I have a couple action items. And then I will be requesting executive session for some issues that we have. My notes don't, I don't want my notes to show. Okay. The Child Protection Program was awarded $98,643 in CARES Act money. I don't know why he said it, Verlin said this keeps going in and out. He doesn't know exactly what's wrong with it.
That's okay, Mickey, this one.
That's why I printed that printout for you guys. That funding was to enhance the agency's telecommunications, hardware, software, and service infrastructure to support telework and remote participation by agency caseworker visits, client team meetings, and court hearings. I also have with me one of our staff, Sean Williams. She is our newest hire. She's one of the protective services worker. She's been with Child Protection 10 years prior. I also have Chief of Police Gaigowski with us here in support of Child Protection. Last year, after we had received the funding, we had ordered 100 Chromebooks. But due to the coronavirus, those were on back order. We just recently received those on April 30th of this year. They were on back order for 9 months. We have remaining funding of $76,143, and we need to spend that money before September 30th of this year. So we need to order another 100 Chromebooks, and per procurement policy, we need a council motion in order to do that. We also want to order some supplies, cleaning supplies for our families. We want to order some backpacks with school supplies for our children for this fall when school starts. We really don't want to turn back any of the funding that's been provided to us. So that is the first motion that I am requesting. It's not up there. If it's the board, I don't know what it is.
Motion moved by Lee.
Second.
Second by Ole Agency. Question by Yagapta, but there's a question by Dallas.
What is that?
Do you have quotes?
I don't, because they said we need the council motion before they do the bids for it, because they said the bids are only good for 30 days. But what we ordered last time, the last 100, was $22,500 for the last 100 Chromebooks. Those Chromebooks are given to the children that enter the system to ensure that they have the ability to access remote learning when needed. We also wanted to order them headsets because a lot of our children get distracted by other children in the home, the sound of the TV, any little thing. So we wanted to make sure that they're able to learn while at home. So we're probably looking at the exact same amount, the exact same brand, the HP Chromebooks G6, which is actually what the school uses. So we want to, that cost of those 100 was $22,500.
Just to make sure, using the previous quote.
Well, we'll get a new quote for that. It's gonna be for the exact same thing. We can't use the previous quote because that quote is from last May. So we'll need a new quote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tokunua, Kakiza Haska, then Dion.
So I guess my question is then, do we just need to give you authorization to spend the rest of the money and then you bring back the quotes? Is that?
I can do that. We did get the cost of the supplies from procurement. And I believe that came up to like $10,800, something like that. Because we're still going to have funds left over, and we're going to have to really look at ways to spend that money, because we just really don't want to turn back any of the money.
So I guess, like Tokunawa said, I mean, we probably need to see some quotes.
Okay.
You know, like, so can we just give you authorization to go forward with that with procurement? And then you bring back the quotes and then we approve it?
Sure.
Can we do it like that? I mean, just so we're...
So I can amend my motion to authorize the program manager of the Child Protection Program to seek bids for Chromebooks and supplies and backpacks for the children and families up to and not to exceed $76,143. Would that be adequate?
Okay.
I'll amend my motion to that.
Motion amended. Oladensi, second. Bakuli, question. Call for vote, please.
Dion Crawford. Yes. Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council and executives.
The Child Protection Program was allocated $286,447,000 for FY 2021 placement funding. To date, we have spent over $300,000, and we're currently reflecting a deficit of $15,340.24. I've submitted a request to the Bureau of Indian Affairs in the amount of $338,000, request for additional funding. And that funding is strictly used for placement. It's used for foster care, for group care, and adoption subsidies. There's a number of reasons why the cost has increased dramatically. And one of them is the drug use here, the drug epidemic that we are facing here at SWO. In 2019, we had requested $188,000 $673 from BIA for placement, and we are awarded exactly that amount. Hopefully, we'll hear by the end of May if we receive that additional funding, that additional request of $338,000, because we're spending an average of $55,538.89 a month just on placement. Factors that are, oh, sorry.
I was just going to ask and just say that I'm looking at the factors that contribute to the high cost of placement. I'm looking at number 5. I think we need to expedite our efforts in the treatment facility that is being built. I know that there's there's steps that have to be taken, but that needs to be expedited. And I think that, I don't know if the health director's here, but those, when you look at the next page, and 45% of our babies are testing positive when they're born. We need to get that treatment center, an open-ended, long-term treatment center opened, and we need to do it now. And I'm sorry I get emotional, but that absolutely breaks my heart. And we need to do it. I don't know what I can do to help, but I will do anything I can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Secretary?
Just to update, we have to have a feasibility study, which it was RFP'd, someone was selected, and there's a meeting this week with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Then turn the floor over to Gypsy, representing Haipa District.
2 questions. One is, what exactly is the cost? What are the breakdown of the costs for placement? I mean, I see the reasons that contribute to that high cost, but specifically, what is the cost to place each child? Like what money is it exactly spent on? And then the other question is, where you got your percentage from, where your statistics are coming from for the number of babies that are born positive for drug use.
Okay. Foster care rates are set by the state of South Dakota. The Child Protection Program has a tribal state agreement with the state of South Dakota that has been in place since 1978. We were the first tribe to enter into a tribal state agreement, which allows us to provide protective services to our own children and families here on the Lake Traverse Reservation. There's a number of group care facilities that we utilize across the state. Depending on the type of services those group care facilities provide to the child is how their rate is set. Those rates, those daily rates, some of them are $300, almost $400 per day. And one child in group care costs about $5,500 a month. So foster care rates are also set by the state of South Dakota, and that goes by the child's age, children 0 to 12. I believe the foster parent is I think that rate is set at $19.02, and then for children 13 to 18 is almost $13 a day. That's how those rates are set. We don't set those rates. Those rates are set by the state of South Dakota, and that's how we pay those for the children that we have in placement. Okay. So I'm sorry, what was your second question?
Where you were getting the statistics for the number of, for the percentage of babies being tested?
We have a MOU with Coteau Hospital and with Indian Health Services, and that's where those rates are coming from. Last year, for 2020, we had 130 births, and 30% of those babies were testing positive for methamphetamine, amphetamines, and THC. We are in a drug epidemic. I can't stress that enough. For you guys that are lucky enough not to have to see that or deal with that, I envy that. But for those of us that are working the trenches of child welfare, of law enforcement, that's an everyday thing to us. So I am asking for our leadership to invest Invest in child protection, invest in our children. These children are our future. On March 19th, I was the on-call worker for the weekend of child protection. We picked up 19 children. 19 children. Sadly, we don't have enough foster homes. We are looking to relatives for placement resources for our children. And a lot of times what we're hearing from our relatives now, they don't want to be involved. They don't want to get involved because of the drugs. And that really puts child protection in a dilemma. You know, we need these placement resources for those families for those children that require that safety, that require that protection. I would like to go into executive session at this time.
Motion moved by Madam Secretary, going to exec session. Second by Tokunawa. Emily Swim. Question is Tribal Secretary.
Oops. Oops. Yeah, now it's staying on.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna? Yes. Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos? Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and execs. This before, I just want to make a note to council and executives. Since we're going a little winded today, I'm going to bump DCA to tomorrow. So see if we can bump them on tomorrow. Maybe they could go in before
Curtis.
noon.
Curtis. Make a motion to get that fixed.
Okay. Maybe at 12:30, or not 12:30, 11:30.
So it'll be just like 3 touches of a button.
Oh
Yeah,
my
this
God,
is
that
all
would be
gonna go.
awesome. Kind of ruined
I know.
my compelling PowerPoint.
Go ahead, Deanne. Sorry about that.
Maybe, just a suggestion, maybe it might be easier to have the employees that work in this building go tomorrow and have DCA, because I think it's kind of hard for them to get here. Have them come this afternoon. That's just a suggestion. Thank you.
I would suggest that. Having DCA come in now and bump everyone else.
Go catch them, hurry up. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Members of council, Deanne, go ahead. The floor is yours.
I'd like to make a motion approving $115,000 for program support in the, for 2 additional staff for the child protection program.
Second.
Motion on the floor, moved by Lake Traverse, second by Old Latency. Question by Tokenoa.
Dion Crawford? Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos? Louis Johnson? Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion
Thank you, members of council and executive, for taking action to support travel protection program and with additional staff. Deanne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a second motion to approve $50,000 for the child protection program for staff self-care and retention to be determined by the program manager and are to be developed by the program manager and the tribal secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Motion on the floor, moved by Lake Traverse, second by Tokenoa.
Question.
Question. Junior.
Dion Crawford? Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? A. Lydia Amos? Louis Johnson? Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, council and executives. Motion to approve the child protection report, moved by Lake Traverse, second by Old Latency.
Question.
Question by Louis.
Dion Crawford? Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna?
I don't think she heard you.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? A. Lydia Amos? Louis Johnson? Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Just giving a heads up to council and executives, we're going to in DCA, because they're running out of time. They're going to bump the other travel programs in tomorrow morning.
Oh, so then we'll be done for the day? Okay. I thought we were gonna go to 8 or 9. What were we at next one was legal? We were at legal next?
Supposed to, but now we're skipping.
Tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay. Might get a new one.
Version 4 coming up? Is it version 4 coming up?
Dinah, we could squeeze your action item in real quick before DCA, since we're waiting for Dickie and crew. Yep.
Good
Go ahead, Diane, whenever
afternoon.
you get a chance.
I just had to make some revisions to our plan and policies per recommendation or requirement by the feds. So I had to make some language changes. I sent these out to everybody previously, and I hope you all had the chance to review them. I have all of my changes in red. The position descriptions, I had to make a couple of changes there because we had a new position and we did away with the receptionist position quite a while ago. And they also wanted something on whether or not we were bonded. So that's, all that is in that first section. Records retention, we had to make sure that our language is basically the same as what's in the CFR for all of these changes. And the only one that is not in the CFR is the final change, which is administrative closures. And we would like to have that section added because there are times when we have a case opened, like we had somebody deported. And it takes such a long time to get some of these into court, to get them closed, that it would just be easier for us if we could do an administrative closure. And that's pretty much all of my changes, unless, you know, anybody has any questions. What I will have to do is, once these are approved by you, I'll have to get a letter together and send this all to the Commissioner of Child Support Enforcement.
Any questions, comments coming from the leadership?
Motion to approve for the chairman's signature.
Second.
So moved by Madam Secretary, second by all agency. Question by Kakiza Hasta.
Tribal Secretary? Curtis Bissonette? Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos? Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
The council and exec, anything else, Donna?
No, thank you very much.
Motion to approve the Office of Child Support report.
Motion.
So moved by Haima,
Second.
second by all agency. Question by Kakiza Hasta.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos? Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Curtis Bissonette? Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, council, thank you, executives. At this time, whenever he is ready, I'm going to turn the floor over to Chair Dickey. Yeah. Nobody wants to come up and sit with you, Dickey? Nobody wants to come up and sit next to you?
I guess. Okay, I'm just gonna go in line that we got him here, go right to Bikuli minutes.
Good afternoon, travel execs and council. I'm doing March meeting minutes of April 8th. Motion number 4 was made to keep the 7-member Judicial Commission. Motion number 5, that there should not be any cell phones in tribal council chambers, which causes negative and disrespectful actions to others and at district meetings. Motion number 6, to follow the SWO procurement policies and issue and request for proposals for certified public accountant. Motion number 7, not to support the City of Siston's request for assistance from the Siston Wapno Yate's COVID-19 monies. I think that should have been IHS funds, not the COVID-19. Motion number 10 was to make the adult and youth membership corrections as listed above. Motion number 18 is to approve the new adult memberships as listed. Motion number 19 to approve the new youth membership as listed. Motion number 20 to approve the vote count and election and elect Trilby Wilson as a new Bikuli District Human Service Board representative. Motion number 21 to have no felons serving on boards, committees, and commissions. Motion number 25 to put Bikuli District Plan for a new housing on the System Wapton Housing Authority's 10-year plan. And that was it for April 8th. Should I go on to our regular district minutes for April? Okay, that was held on April 29th. Motion number 1 was made that the Bikuli District support Richard Talbert's proposal regarding medical marijuana to the System Wapton Oyate Council. Motion number 3 was to have our Bikuli District Councilwoman seek a legal opinion on motion number 21 regarding to having no felons serving on any boards or committees or commissions. Motion number 5 to have the COVID-19 program, also known as the DARE program, back under the Vice Chairwoman's office due to the amount of funding this program needs to administer. Motion number 6 was made to shrink the boundaries that are used for the Boucher Foods gift cards due to the distance needed to travel to Boucher Food Store in Sisseton. Motion number 8 to request home repair funds from the System Wapno Oyate in the amount of $50,000, $25,000 for 2020 and $25,000 for 2021. Motion number 9 was made to request economic development funds from the SWO in the amount of $150,000. Motion number 16 was made to suggest the SWO Council to use the CARES Act funding to build an elderly complex for Bikuli District. Motion number 24 to approve the election results for Bikuli Reservation Planning Commission and elect Lynn Halbert as Bikuli District Representative. Motion number 30 was to go after 15 homes for individual homeowners for the Bikuli District. And that was it for April 29th.
Question by Copeland Wong.
Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes?
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to enemy swim.
Good afternoon. Motion number 2 from the Enemy Swim District meetings. Motion number 2 to accept the new membership. Motion number 5 to start the process of a new school for Teosh Bazina and to utilize the tribal lobbyist Mark Van Norman to look for extra funding. Motion number 6 to not support the joint venture water plant in Sisseton, instead to utilize it to upgrade the water in Agency Village. Number 8, to have a forensic audit on all CARES Act money that we received so far. Number 9, motion number 9, to invite tribal vice chairperson to a special district meeting. Motion number 11, to authorize the vice chairman of the tribe to hire an interim CFO temporarily. Motion number 15, to reinstate the home repair fund for 2020 and 2021. Motion number 10, to reinstate the youth funds of $27,000 for 2020 and 2021. Motion number 17, to have the $5 million that isn't earmarked for anything to be prorated among the districts for general use. Motion number 1 of a special district meeting held on April 27th to accept Vice Chairman Lisa Jackson's report and to get her the software that she needs. Motion number 2, that our council representatives support the Vice Chairman Lisa Jackson. Motion number 3, that all CARES Act money go back to the Vice Chairman. Number 4, motion number 4, to keep Vice Chairman's monthly report in the district center. Those were the motions for Enemy Swim District.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, move on. Buffalo Lake had the regular district meeting on April 27th, 2021. Motion number 1 to support the agreement for the Dakota brand by the Fanju Santee tribe. Motion number 3 for Councilman Johnson requested youth money for the tribe and for it to be retroactive back to April 2020. Motion number 4 for Councilman Johnson request a home repair money from the tribe. Motion number 6 to accept adult membership as listed. Motion number 10 to allocate $100,000 of remaining CARES Act funding to the Buffalo Lanes of the Buffalo Lake District due to the COVID-19 virus affecting the Buffalo Lanes, and because we did not get approved for any of the CARES Act funding through the state that was applied for. And that's all Buffalo Lake had.
Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, move on to Long Hollow.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Chairman, Madam Secretary. Our meeting was held on April 22nd in motion number 4 to direct councilman to request youth funds from 2021 and 2020 and 2021 in the amount of $55,000. Motion number 6 to close youth account at Siston-Wapton Federal Credit Union and to transfer account to Dakota Bank and have Amanda oversee account with Janelle, Mary, and Amanda being signature authority. And motion number 7 to pursue cigarette contract presented by David Ross. Motion 8 that tribal please forward all disturbance reports to Siston-Wapton Housing Authority. Motion 11 to include districts and audits in the tribal contract to include forensic audit. Motion 29 to buy audio equipment to update microphone system at the district center. And then motion number 21 made by Serena Budak to give advisory board 90 days to do policy to get gaming board running. And that's all Long Hollow has.
Thank you. Any motion to accept the Long Hollow District report? So moved by Curtis. Question by Buffalo Lake. Buffalo Lake. Question by Tokanoa. He's getting angry.
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council and execs.
Okay, we'll move on to Lake Traverse.
Good afternoon, executives and council. Lake Traverse, first of all, has some housekeeping to do here for minutes that wasn't approved back in February, executive minutes, so I'll read those first. Executive meeting minutes of February 5th. All it is just a new membership for, as listed with Jeremiah Damaris and Quincy Granquist. So then we'll go on to April 29th, regular scheduled district meeting. Motion number 5 was to waive the truancy court fees. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 8 was to have Lake Traverse Council representative request a $50,000 for home repair from Tribal Council. That was for this year and last year. And motion number 9 was to have the Lake Traverse Council representative request youth funds. That's also for this year and last year. Motion number 12 was to approve the adult membership as listed. Motion number 13 was to have the CARES Act COVID funds be taken care of and put back under the Vice Chair, Lisa Jackson. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 14 was to have the tribe do an outside forensic audit on the CARES Act COVID funds. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 15 was to terminate the contract for Kimberly Craven Legal Counsel. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 16 to terminate Elmer Ward contract. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 18 was to break the contract with Bowie Foods and what he is building in there. Once the contract is broken, elders should no longer have to use Bowie Foods for food coupon. Also, that districts do not have to buy from Bowie Foods. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 19 was to have Tribal Council hire an interim CFO. That was voted on and defeated. And that's all that we have for Lake Traverse District minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Dion Crawford? Curtis Bissonette? Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos? Louis Johnson? Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Chairman, move on to Ayuba.
Good afternoon.
Merlin J. Renville, Haipa District. We had our regular meeting on April 18th. We filled our boards and committees. If you'd like me to read them all, I can do that, but our SWO boards go from motion number 7 through...
Sorry to
motion
interrupt.
number
You have a
17.
copy of your minutes?
Excuse me?
You have a copy of your minutes for council?
Yes, I do.
Yep.
Let's move on to all agencies.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jesse, bring the thunder.
Oh, Itancha. As usual, all agencies ready? Had a meeting on April 26th. Motion number 9, to support the superintendent's proposal for TZ's expansion. Motion number 10, that the hiring committee be part of the screening process for all the applications for jobs. Motion number 13, removing housing employee Olivia Locke. Motion number 16, invite tribal vice chairwoman Lisa Jackson to the next Old Agency District meeting in May. Motion number 20, to support the Pony Express Transit. Motion number 22, retro 2 years of home repair in the amount of $50,000 from the tribe. Motion 26, approve adult membership as listed. Motion 27, approve the 6 youth membership as listed. And motion 28, to approve all new membership for Old Agency District. That is all we got.
Motion to accept the Old Agency District minutes.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Junior. Second by Curtis. Question by Louis.
Boyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
I'm ready.
Okay, our DCA motion number 0506, made by Janelle Cook to have council give each district the $100,000 from a previous motion made by tribal council regarding leftover monies from the projects done with the CARES Act monies. And then we had 3 districts or more for the home repair funds and also the youth funds.
Go ahead, Curtis.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the youth get their funds retroed back from 2020 to 2021 in the amount of $55,000 for the Long Hollow District.
Motion on floor moved by Kakiza and Haska.
Is that for all districts or just your
What a
district?
question.
Just mine.
I know.
Motion on floor.
Good question.
Motion, can you clarify your motion back?
Okay.
Just while he's looking at his motions, I thought it was one for all, one all for one.
What is all of it then, 50?
Hey, let's second it and go on, and we'll defeat it, and we'll leave them out.
Yeah.
He wants to be that way.
You want to clarify your motion?
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh my God.
I'd like to amend my motion to read that all the districts get back youth funds dating back from 2020 to 2021.
So motion moved by Kakiza Hasaga, second by Lake Travers. Yeah, Gapta, question.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr., Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Curtis, for including all 7 districts.
Mr. Chairman,
Dion, floor is yours.
I'd like to make a motion to give $50,000 to each district, 25 for this year, 25 for last year for home repair.
Question.
So moved by Dion, second by Olagency. Yeah. What's the funding source?
To be determined.
I don't know how much money we have in our accounts, so I can't say a funding source.
Okay.
I would say gaming, but if you want me to figure it out, I can. Just give me the information.
Curious.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Question.
Secretary.
I just have a question. Didn't home repair come out of the district distributions? Or I haven't heard of this before, so I'm not sure. So aside from the district distributions that the districts get every month, you also get 50,000 on top of that for home repair?
25 per year.
25 a year for home repair, and then the youth get what?
It's all prorated.
All prorated on membership, youth membership.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I guess I never realized that we gave L home repair on top of the district distributions. It's always been like that.
Right, for the last 12, 14 years.
Thanks for asking clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Curtis.
Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Abstain.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
I'm gonna have to say no so I can identify funding source.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Anything else? You got your minutes? Haipa.
Yeah. Yep.
Go back to Haipa.
Okay, getting back to Haipa here, very sorry about that. So motion number 7 through motion number 17 has to do with the SWO boards and committees. And, I could read through them all here, SWO. Motion number 7, SWO environmental protection. Hold on. Okay, they are as listed, motion number 7 through motion number 17. Okay. Motion number 18, to have tribal council select an outside firm to conduct a forensic audit on CARES Act funding under the supervision of the tribal vice chairwoman. Motion passed. Motion number 19, to support the vice chairman's request to hire an interim CFO. That motion passed. Motion number 21, to remove Kimberly Craven for acting outside the scope of her duties and authorities in the removal of the chief judge. That motion passed. Motion number 22, to support Jimmy Cleveland and that the tribe pay for an attorney to assist him in getting his grandchildren back. That motion passed. Motion number 23, to have tribal council hire an attorney who specializes in ICWA law to assist the tribe as needed with ICWA cases. That motion passed. Okay, on Secretary's report. And that would be it.
Wait a minute, excuse me. I want to make sure we get on the record motion 24 and 25, or 25 and 26 to accepting the new membership.
Oh, yeah.
Motion 25, new district member Cheryl Rose Tracy. And then 26, the youth to adult members, Kenna Marie Heminger. That's all. Thank you.
The motion to accept with new members.
Now we got the motion.
Motion moved by Aiba. Second by Curtis. Question by ladies.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Councilman Execs. I'm going to turn it back to our DCA Chairman, Dick Johnson.
Yeah, on our April 12th, on the bottom of the page there was issues to council. I know some of them have already turned in some of their lists, gravel lists, to the chairman's office. And I just got forwarded it today. So I forwarded that to my secretary to get our list in.
Mr. White is out there working on that.
Then are we gonna start being able to spend our 100,000 that was already by this council motion? Or where are we at on our original CARES Act funding? No? Or what's up? Made us jump through all the hoops. We did it. Now we're ready to spend our other 100,000. But we want our stuff from the first one.
So what I gave your council rep today in this report here, it's going to show by district for the first 700,000, how much your district was awarded, how much you spent, and how much you have left. Those reports are with your district reps. Regarding the second round of 100 or 700,000, that is going to require a budget mod. Right now, the account in question is 319. That's pending the CFO review and assistance on that. Right now, our CFO is not here. That's been noted since he left. There's 4,931,526 remaining. Those costs have been allocated out to these, 12 projects that are remaining under the CARES resolution. So until we are able to determine if there's 700,000 left from this first 24 million, then that can happen. And I brought that up when this motion was first made, that it was premature to allocate that out without knowing for sure what was remaining. So right now, as of today, with what the reports show, we don't have an additional 700,000 to draw from any of these other projects.
The floor is still yours, Dickie, if you're satisfied with your question. Madam Vice Chair rebuttaled. I'm going to give the floor over to Dion. Your hand was raised, then I'm going to turn it over to Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So they're going to have to wait until August when the CFO comes back to get their payment. That's the first question. The second question is, you reported this morning that there's $4.1 million left of the CARES Act funding, so $700,000 is less than $4.1 million, so why can't they get their payments? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And that's a good question. Of the 24,617,672 that was awarded, we had a total of 15 projects, 16, which came up to that amount. Those projects are still open and still in process. Although there's 4.9 million left to be spent, that is already been allocated out for these projects. So you can't and shouldn't just start taking from these other project award amounts. According to the resolution for this amount of money for 24 million, it was allocated for 16 projects. That 700,000 will make it a 17th project, which was not included in this award amount. So we are over, by making that motion, we're over 700,000 from the original award amount.
So we need a budget mod and an additional line item on here for the districts, for this payment?
But then you're gonna take from another project that this has already been predetermined for. You're gonna run another project short. And if you look, you're gonna already see that payroll is already 25 overspent. You're gonna see food pantries overspent by 6,000. You're gonna see daycare is overspent by 114,000. And we just learned today that the Dakota Sioux project is going to be overspent by 165,000. So those are already overages that we got to find within this 24 million. That's not even including the 700,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Curtis, then Haipa, then I got Sunny back here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when I recall former Councilman Crawford making this motion, it was reported to us after everything was done, we had money left over. That's why we made the motion. That's why we all supported that motion. It was told that we had $2.8 million left over, so we said, let's make another motion to give the districts another 100,000 apiece, because we had to spend this money by then. That's what was reported to us, so that's why we made that motion. And I think that's what DCA has been asking for. since then was, where is the other 100,000? So that's, I just wanted to give you guys an update on what I knew about it and why we made that motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to give it back to you, Madam Vice Chair, for rebuttal, and I see, give it back to Gypsy, Madam Vice, and Sonny.
So when we show the actual project awards, expenditures, and remaining balance, you're going to see that there's not 700,000 there, unless, I think Sonny said that there, he got FEMA reimbursement. In which account? And that one's over by 6,000, so if we got, and you could probably speak to this, and this is, I'm not familiar with that. I'm only familiar with what these reports have been given to me by my staff. Sonny's, if I'm correct, Sonny, you've been the one overseeing these accounts and working closely with all of this. So if he has a reimbursement for that, then that's going to require him to make a budget mod accordingly. And then once that budget mod is made, then we can go from there. But until then, from what I'm looking at on this report today, it's not there.
So, again, for like, I don't know how many times this has been explained already, but what you're saying, there's no money out of the CARES Act funding. That's all been allocated and spent on all the projects we already have. So there is nothing left to start any other projects with that CARES Act funding. And what you're saying now is that if there's any reimbursement stuff, that's going under Sonny.
If FEMA's reimbursement, which Sonny has the information to, and that's under him, all this has been under his oversight.
Okay.
And if that's the case, then he just needs to do a simple budget mod and make that adjustment.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Council and execs, for allowing me to give you guys the time on the floor. Sonny, before I go back to you, there's his hand was raised too. A motion maker from Lake Traverse.
So, Mr. Chairman, so what I'm hearing here is that there's no funding left out of that money, the CARES Act money from the resolution that was approved. Out of them 16 or 17 projects that was said, how many of them are actually closed out? And, you know, we're hearing that some of these projects under that resolution that was approved are overspent. So why is that being allowed to overspend on that project? And why is the 7 districts being told that we can't get the money, but yet the overspending is on this end too? You know, I mean, if those projects are closed out, then and if they're under budget, then there's your 700,000. You know, and I'm pretty sure Sonny can do a budget mod, which only takes about 10 minutes. Then, you know, vouchers can be done, and each district can get their 100,000. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sonny, can you come up to the mic? Can you grab a Kakiza Haska? Wipe it down first, please.
Good afternoon. Stop stirring the pot, sir. So we started working with Lisa, and she just got a budget person hired, and we're trying to get things sorted out. When it comes to the other 700,000, we were looking at using that line item that was for the food distribution. It was the 1.1. And when the tribe allocated that to the DARE for the food distribution, in that motion it said to either be reimbursed by FEMA or by CARES Act. So with that, we got it reimbursed. We got 800,000 for the food, and roughly there's another 340,000, and this is coming from Jim because he enters it in the portal with FEMA. So he's saying right now it's anywhere between 1.2 and 1.3 on the reimbursement side that's been approved from FEMA, and he was anticipating that either this week or next week that FEMA was going to start to make payments on them reimbursements into our account So we had to find out what the grant number was in order to find out if that money's coming in from FEMA on that end. Okay, so that's 1.1. Roughly, we want to make sure that there's about 200,000 left, because I still think we missed a few items in that line item. But that 700,000 is what's supposed to cover that extra motion that you made before you left. So, and there's a few districts, we have computers, we have a few things with Pakuli, I believe Enemy Swim settled up. We have a few things that we have to straighten out with Gun to make sure the narrative. We have to make sure with Trump's Money CARES Act, that was very stringent on how we allocate it. We just can't give it to the district. We have to make sure if you're going to use it for your members having a hardship due to the pandemic and that we have a stay-at-home shelter, we need to make sure that Gun has that narrative for that, and then that can be allocated on how he's probably going to have an application with that, and the application is probably going to have to be resubmitted back to the tribe, just like we're going to need the applications back from you guys from the gift cards that we sent out with that, just to make sure that everything's accounted for, because that narrative was built on that application and process, if that sounds correct. Ms. Vice Chairman, I mean, if we're going to allocate that and make sure that Gun meets with DCA and theirs to make sure that narrative is correct on that, because it stays, his guidelines are the CARES Act on that was very stringent. So the American, the Biden's is a little bit more economic development. There's a little bit more room. Okay, so that deals with that 1.1. That's where that 700,000 that we're anticipating is coming from, because the food alone was 801,000. Just the food that we gave out from March to today. That goes all the way back to the distribution at the Connection, the noodles, the hot dogs, the water, to the buffalo that we killed. We got reimbursed for our buffalo, for the processing fees, and we had realty, we billed realty because FEMA changed it in their language mid-pandemic and allowed that. So we asked realty to bill us, and we paid that bill with that money because it was tribal money. So that food alone, just food, we spent 801,000. Salaries for 26 employees was about 230-some thousand. So, roughly that's $1 million with just that too. There's still, we have law enforcement, overtime and stuff that goes back to the program. We wanted to keep 200,000 in that line item to make sure that, everything's covered, to make sure that set aside money goes back. And what else was we talking? Was there any other?
Did he answer your question?
No.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Motion to approve DCA report?
Sonny says that when I made the motion for the 700,000 to go back to the districts, that the $1.some million that was reimbursed by FEMA was to either go towards this or go back into the Justice Center fund. But I think when it came to the Justice Center funds, when the former Vice Chair Johnson reported that the reimbursements from FEMA was pending at the time, and when they would come into play, then those would go back to reimburse the Justice Center account, because we already allocated X amount of dollars out of the Justice Center funds to the DARE workers. And once them funds came back that were reimbursed, that would go back to reimburse the Justice Center account for $1 million. I don't think it stated in there that they were going to cover the 700,000 for the districts. So I just wanted to clarify that. But I also want to take this time, Mr. Chairman, to acknowledge the Emergency Management Director, Jim Pearson, along with Sonny, because I do believe Siston-Wapton Sioux Tribe was the only tribe that put in for reimbursement for the FEMA funds. So I'd like to give acknowledgement to Mr. Pearson and Sonny for doing that. Obviously they kept some pretty good records to get reimbursed for that amount. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else, Mr. Chairman? Thank you, John.
No.
So did that answer your question? So, okay, well, the set aside was there, so it's, however you use the set aside is gonna be up to leadership. But the motion that we had was that it frees up that 1.1. There's only 27,000 spent out of it. We basically got it, so it frees up that 800,000 or 700,000 that you have in the CARES Act.
So then on that note, if we're reimbursing back the justice set aside funds, that one, and I think it was 1.1.
Yes, 1.1
Yep.
and 50,000 was for the youth.
Yep.
Yep.
So then we're still not going to have enough for the 700.
No.
Or am I?
It was allocated and projected in the CARES Act, but there was nothing spent except for 27,000 of food costs spent out of that 1.1 in the CARES Act. It was spent out of 319 in the state of an emergency fund that now is going to go back up to, that got reimbursed from FEMA. So this, that was allocated because at that time it was, said that it wouldn't get reimbursed, but it did, so now it frees up that, and you just have to reallocate that money now that's spent in there. Because that's what it was supposed to be used for, but majority of it's being covered by FEMA.
So if you look at that report that I just gave you this morning, that summary report, anything in red was the information that required additional assistance from the CFO. So you're going to see it's that 319, yep, what you're talking about right here. All of this yet. Yeah.
That's what we're talking about, Steve, in your resolution that you're going to have to reappropriate.
And so our comptroller was waiting for guidance from the CFO to address that account.
I think that the leadership's fault.
So I was just going off of what information I was being given by my staff.
But that's how that works.
Okay.
I just want to come clear things up.
I'm going to turn over the floor over to the Madam Chairwoman from Tokenwa, since you had your hand raised, then Dion.
Thank you. So I just, for the record, for those who are listening, this $100,000 that each of the districts are asking, number one, the districts did not ask for this second $100,000 back in December. The council made a motion, and we were very surprised too. But we figure that our elected officials know what is going on. We put it, the districts, the people of this tribe put it in your hands to know what we have and what we don't have, what we can give and what we can't give. When that motion was made and we accepted it, we were happy, we were making plans, everybody was getting it spent, what they're going to do with it. Because any amount of money coming into our districts is well appreciated and can be greatly used. Now, when we see this confusion about how much do we have, who knows what we have, you do it, no, I don't do it, the CFO will do it when he gets here in August. We, as a tribe, we can't operate this way, because just as you appear to be confused today, we appear to be confused in our districts, which is why we invited the vice chair person to come and to give us an idea about what is happening out there with this COVID money. Now we got another Recovery Act money coming, and so far we have not heard that there's any plan for those funds set anywhere yet. I heard when I was watching this morning, I heard somebody say planning is making that plan. No, somebody else is making it. These are things that are causing confusion, and us, as we go back into our meetings and to address our membership, your membership, these are the questions that are coming up. It's very scary when we don't know and we don't feel confident that our leadership knows and everybody's going back and forth. 3 of the districts came in and they wanted that CARES Act money to go back under the vice chairman's authority. I didn't really understand that, why the funding, the financial, it should all be under the vice chairman's office. That's your job, right? You take care of the money. You make the decisions. You tell Greg, you tell them. Don't wait for them to tell you. You get that from them. That's your legal obligation, your authority. And if they don't give that information up readily, then to me, that's a violation of their duties. You have the responsibility to inform the people about this money. You want so everybody knows where we stand here and wherever within our tribe. So I just wanted to let that be known for the record that I don't want us to sit here and look like we're just like trying to throw, it's not the DCA that's trying to throw a wrench or trying to make the council spend more money. The council told us, without us asking, here districts, you each get 100,000. Yay, we were happy. Now all of a sudden, I don't know what that was all about, but now all of a sudden you're looking at us like, oh, you little greedy little people, we don't have money for that. I just want that to be known that if there's no money for it, then rescind the motion. We have to get on too. But just know that our hopes were brought up because, again, we put our faith in our government for this decision. It's just kind of disheartening. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Dion, you had your hand raised right after Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess we need to sit down and figure this out. And we need to sit down and figure this out now. Because this has been ongoing all day for a long time. And I just, nobody's saying you're greedy. I don't think any of you are greedy because I know that when funding comes into your accounts, it goes out to the membership. That's the way it is. I don't want to have any more of this discussion. It's because I think what I've heard like 3-4 times today, people coming to this table, is it's scaring them. We got to get this figured out. And I don't know how we're going to do that. I've been bringing ideas of how we can figure this out and asking for certain reports and asking for this and asking for that, and I'm getting told no. But I think it's enough, and I think we need to sit down like very, very soon and figure it out. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask you, not in motion form, but I'm going to ask you to make that happen because this is just, it's enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gypsy?
Thank you. I'd like to just thank Crystal for that, for your comments, because there is a lot of confusion and it gets explained and I understand it. It's complained, so I don't know where a lot of the confusion comes back from or where misinformation is being put out there and stuff, but it's been explained several times by the Madam Vice Chair. And it's been explained to me, and almost from the beginning that we got seated, I know that we haven't had that $700,000. It's been, that came from some motion from last council, I don't know. So I agree with you in the sense that we should rescind that motion for the districts to get the $700,000 because there wasn't any money in the first place. And you can't really bank on it for a reimbursement because you're not always sure if the reimbursements are going to come in. Now, if we find out that the reimbursement from FEMA is going to be there and we have that money, then we can do that. I'm fine with that. And then as far as all the financial things, I agree with you on that too. It should be under the vice chair. There's a lot of things with the construction type stuff's been bypassed and going through planning. And until recently, some of the stuff Madam Vice Chair wasn't even aware of for purchases and things like that. And in fact, she doesn't even have access to all of the financial data systems that she needs. She's been denied access to run the reports that she needs to and must rely on her underlings to provide a report, which she would have no idea verifying if it's accurate or not because she don't have access herself. So that's something I think you all need to be aware of. And so that's that. I don't know what else, what else to do, and other times we've had to make motions and to ensure that some processes are followed, which we shouldn't have to, but anyway, that's what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Gypsy. But the 17th, we have a tax meeting, I think is at the SWO. And what I say we were going to schedule the 18th and 19th because those meetings that pushed up. Anybody remember today? The 18th and 19th, Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday and Wednesday, could DCA, RPC, members of council, could we sit down at Tuesday and Wednesday, hash this out? Start making plans. We'll set those 2 days. I know we got tax meeting on the 17th, so 18th and 19th, we could sit down and start talking about this. Anything else, Vicky from DCA?
Where's our CFO? Because I remember Louis telling me that he is gone or he was out. Well, I seen him on number 2 hole that Saturday at Valley View. And then I always had my phone out and then I didn't take a picture. But I know what Greg looks like. And that was him on number 2 hole at Valley View. So if he's sick or if he's out, then you can't get records or you can't get reports, well then get somebody that can.
I'm not a golfer.
It's as easy as that.
I'm not a golfer, but can you get records like that from those places? Business or no?
It's none of our business.
Yeah, we could do an affidavit. I have to. Madam Vice Chair.
So coming into this position, I came into where all of this systems had moved out from under the vice and went with the COVID task force. To my understanding, Sonny was a coordinator for all of that. There's no contracts, there's no records, there's no vouchers, there's nothing left in the vice chairman's office for me to even reference to or any of that. I don't have access to the financial systems to even run a simple FRX report or manager's report. This was done right before I took office. It was done with previous executives. When we came into office, the shift had happened. And in my understanding, he had the oversight of the CARES because he just can explain in intricate detail all this knowledge that he has because he's been overseeing it. I wasn't privy to that sitting on council. Actually, sitting on council, we asked for reports and didn't get them on a regular. So he has this information. He's the one that should be doing the budget mods, and he's the one that should be overseeing these accounts because he's got that oversight. Now, in this report, this is the report that's coming from my staff. There's certain duties that CFO can do that comptroller can't step up and do. It requires a CFO, which is my reason for asking for an interim. Because I knew our CFO was going to be gone for a significant amount of time. There's things that still need to be done in-house that a CFO should be doing versus our comptroller and senior accountant. To my understanding, this account was started with tribal money with the hopes and understanding of reimbursement from CARES or FEMA. Now we can't get reimbursement from the two federal funding sources. So there was a lot of these expenses that were intermingled at the time. When we were originally talking about FEMA reimbursement, we knew that FEMA reimburses up to 75%, tribal up to 25%. So we were already not even banking on getting the whole full reimbursement. And we knew from historical experience that FEMA does not reimburse the majority of your expenses. So this account had that going on. It wasn't until, was it last week, that we learned that we got 100% reimbursement on the FEMA. So this account here that's sitting here waiting for a CFO to assist with it was because we didn't have that prior ruling that FEMA was reimbursing us. We did that well of a job that we were going to get reimbursed all that amount of money, and that they had changed it and decided to reimburse back 100%. So there's a lot of these factors along the way and decisions made without knowing, really having a definite on how FEMA was even going to receive our expenditures and our submissions. So we're fortunate, we're blessed that they are reimbursing as much as they did. We did excellent records. I recognize that. I believe Sonny and his team did an excellent job on that, and it's evidenced by what we got back. And also on the change in giving us 100% reimbursement as opposed to just 75%. So there was a lot of that going on with this account here that required someone additional. And unfortunately, my CFO was gone at just the worst time ever to be gone, and that was beyond my control. I did try to make an attempt to remedy that by bringing in, reaching out to our consultant. They said that they could provide us technical assistance in this area, but that wasn't received. So I hope that answers some questions as to why this wasn't resolved sooner. Thank you, Chairman.
Gypsy, then Francis Crawford.
Okay. DCA chairman had asked about where the CFO was, whatever. Anyway, Lisa, just our vice chair, just said that she tried to get the technical assistance on our April 28th council meeting. There was a motion to hire a contractor for a CFO for an interim CFO to happen, because she knew that this was going to be needed, but that motion did not pass at council last time. So just FYI. That's why we didn't have an interim CFO.
Good, Francis.
Mr. Chairman, and Madam Vice Chair, that is what I said earlier, that Sonny can do that budget mod, so then that way the districts can get their funding. But I mean, if you guys feel comfortable giving us the $700,000 out of what was reimbursed from FEMA, that's fine too. I mean, I think we'd all be gladly, appreciative over that. And just a heads up, from watching this morning's council meeting, I seen one of the political appointees, and they were talking about the grocery store where the controller was detailed over to Dakota Crossing. I don't think Dakota Crossing pays indirect costs, so I don't think that the controller should be over there working, because that could be a disallowed cost and could jeopardize future funding with the OMB. So just a heads up.
And that was at the direction of the CFO. Do we have anybody we could detail over there? So I'm coming in following.
And that's something that he should know, but I mean, if Madam Vice Chair, if you need assistance, we have a CFO at D&GE, why can't they come down and assist?
Would that be allowable?
Madam Secretary, then Diane.
I just want to follow up on what Veblen District said. That motion did not pass, but there's reasons why it did not pass. And the reasons are it was coming out of the employee who's on FMLA, his payroll line item. And I've never heard of that. And I do not believe that can be done. And secondly, the person that they wanted to hire is part of our audit firm. And that's a conflict of interest. So that's the rest of the story. Thank you.
Diane?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I vehemently disagree with the finance staff being referred to as underlings. I think that's disrespectful, and I don't agree with that. The second thing is that we've given those ideas about detailing different staff into that position because there are supervisory duties that come along with that, and I think that a contracting, it just didn't seem like it was the best fit, as well as the reasons that Madam Secretary mentioned. So we've made those suggestions, and those were not accepted. So, but I don't know what the solution is, but I just want you guys to know that we are trying. We are giving suggestions. We are trying to work together, and it's not always accepted. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I think we'll just pick this up at this roundtable on the 18th and 19th.
We'll set that up with everybody at the table, but Madam Vice Chair has something to add with that.
So so we're not leaving this open like that. Regarding the CFO position, yes, I did reach out to REDW. We do have a current contract. Should we utilize those services, we would RFP for an audit firm. So that was covered. We had time to do that. The immediate need was a CFO. I met with HR. HR is the one that guided me and told me where the funding source would come from. So that's not anything that I've just done on my own and said, oh, it's coming from here. I counseled with HR department, and they're familiar with how this works. And I visited with Mr. Gunn, and they advised that would be probably allowable or reimbursable from ARP, because we're trying to get ready for all this money to come in, and we shouldn't be without a CFO at this level at this point in time. So all of that was discussed and brought to the table. So it's not like it was those issues I had not addressed those issues before I presented this. And as far as bringing a CFO in from another property, I didn't feel comfortable with that, because this current CFO is the one that handles and transfers funding to our other entities on behalf of our other entities, and it wouldn't be appropriate to have a CFO coming from one of the entities stepping into this position that is now responsible for transferring money to their entity. So there was reasons why I was asking for what I was asking for. And I was doing it to safeguard our assets and my team. And so I feel I did so because the motion was defeated. So now if any audit issues come up, I can show that my team's protected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Vice. Francis and Curdy?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Lisa, that was a good answer. I guess I didn't think about that either. But anyway, so now that you brought up REDW, when are they going to continue doing the district audits? Because they have yet to finish the district audits from 18. And
I will have to follow up on that.
Okay,
I don't have an answer today.
Can you let either us, the DCA, know, or our district treasurers?
Because what was the last report when we were sitting together?
They gave us a report, but
Yep.
they were supposed to come up here, and that's when COVID hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So technically, they're violating their contract by not coming through with the district part too. Because I think the district should be audited just as much as our tribe should. So if you can get us that information, Madam Vice Chair, I'd appreciate it.
I sure will.
Thank you.
Curdy?
So I got two questions. I guess one is who's doing our audit now for 2020? Okay. And are those done?
Oh, no, they're just getting started.
Okay.
It's not even.
All right. So I just wanted to go back to Madam Secretary's comment, is that the reason why it didn't pass is because that same CFO was out of REDW, and that is a conflict. So I wanted to make that perfectly clear, because they are still in the process of doing our 2020 audits here for the tribe. They are still under contract, which is a conflict. That's why it was defeated. I want to make note of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Curdy, then Madam Vice
So, yes, that concern was expressed to me, and I explained that should we do that, because the immediate need was the CFO, that we would have to re-RFP for a new audit firm, and they said that they would even provide recommendation we'd have to RFP it, and it's been pushed back far enough where we have that opportunity and option to do so. So yes, that concern was there, but that was addressed. It would have been addressed. And right now, they're not currently doing the audits. Our team is still getting ready for the audit, so we had time for that. And I explained that.
Vicki, so we'll set up the 18th and 19th minute or meetings with DCA, planning, ourselves, execs, RPC, and we'll invite Curdy too. So that is
Motion to approve DCA's report?
moved by Curtis, second by Kumar. No question, call for vote. Oh, Dion questioned that.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana? Yes. Floyd Kirk Jr.? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Motion to adjourn at this time. At this time, we're finished with our, oh, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for receiving me. My name is Tammy Gooders from the Long Hollow Powwow Committee. And Jerry Cook, I'm assuming, hopefully, submitted this letter to Lisa. Has this been decided on?
Excuse me, can you speak up? I can barely hear you, sorry.
It's a letter from the Long Hollow Powwow Committee requesting last year's $3,000 allocated amount along with this year's $3,000 allocated amount. And we submitted our budget, but we have not received answer yet. And our tentative date for the powwow is June 5th, so we need an answer.
We could meet with that executively, because since it's under 5,000 spending limit, did Christine get a copy of it?
I don't know. Jerry should be here today, but his baby has a toothache.
Oh, she said.
So I did follow up on that, and this does follow under the executives, all three of us, and I did get with Christine, and she does have it on the agenda for our next exec meeting.
And that will be held when, if I may ask?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow at 1:30.
Okay. All right, thank you for listening to me.
Motion to adjourn.
To adjourn at
Second.
question? Oh, shoot, my birthday.
Oh, goodness.
My auntie Belinda Joe.
I'm honored to be here today to sing to Tosha. If you didn't answer my phone calls or my smoke signals, so I have to come up here.
Don't feel bad, he does that to you.
So this is it. This is my Chapashi cousin. We grew up together, so I came to sing to Toshka and tell my students I got to do that. I teach at Crow Creek Elementary. So if you would come up, Toshka, we can take your picture. Okay. In Dakota. I'll sing in Dakota. Okay. 워위유시기 탄가 워위유시기 탄가 워위유시기 워위유시기 탄가 나코다 암베투니 타와 암베투니 타와 암베투니 타와 워위유시기 했자
The reason why I wasn't answering, you guys kept me late. You guys are welcome to take in the office, so you guys, if your sugar's low. Okay, love you. Did I do a motion to adjourn already?